Tonight, we're heading deep into the woods, where a few bad decisions turned an ordinary trip into something far worse. These are true scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories. My name is Isla Montague, and I have served as a park ranger in Glacier National Park for 9 years. I have handled missing hikers, animal attacks, and the occasional tragedy that comes with isolation in the wilderness. None of it prepared me for what happened to Thomas Reeve. What we found in those 6 days, and what came back with him, still wakes me some nights, long after I transferred out of Montana. The search began on a Thursday in late September. The air had that dry, hollow chill that smells faintly of pine sap and old snow. Thomas had been camping alone near Avalanche Lake, a popular site, easy to reach. He was a biology graduate student from Missoula, researching fungal patterns in decomposing wood. He signed in at the trailhead, left a polite note on his windshield for the rangers, something about returning Sunday afternoon, and vanished. His girlfriend reported him missing Monday morning. By Tuesday, we had a team of 15 volunteers and 4 rangers sweeping the area. I was assigned as search lead for the northern grid. The forest was dense, the light greenish and damp. Nothing about it felt sinister then, just the usual stillness that settles in when the tourists go home and winter waits behind the ridge. The first odd thing we noticed were the carvings. Small, precise etchings in the bark of lodgepole pines and Douglas firs, all in the same hand. Spirals intersecting triangles and runes didn't match any known language. At first, we assumed Thomas had made them for navigation or data markers. But there were too many. Some carved high, far beyond arm's reach. Some freshly gouged, sap still glistening. By the second day, the forest began to feel different. The wind shifted oddly through the canyons, carrying faint metallic echoes, like someone striking a tuning fork deep in the trees. A few volunteers complained of headaches and nausea, which isn't unusual at altitude. But still, around dusk, my team reached a clearing near the base of Bear Hat Mountain. That's where we found the first camp. It wasn't Thomas's. The fire pit was cold, surrounded by small piles of bones, tiny, bleached, white fragments arranged in circles. Squirrel bird, something small. Each circle had a carving in the center, burned into the dirt with charcoal. When I crouched to inspect one, the ground was warm, though it had been dark for hours. We documented everything, took photos, and radioed command. They told us to pull back to camp for the night. But as we were packing up, I heard something behind us. Movement, heavy and close. I turned, flashlight cutting through trees. The beam caught what looked like a man's back disappearing between trunks. Naked, pale against the black bark. I shouted for him to stop. He didn't. By the time we ran toward where I'd seen him, there was nothing. Only the whispering sound of leaves and a faint smell of iron. When we regrouped at the base camp, the others were shaken. One of the volunteers, a quiet man named Frank, said he saw the same figure earlier that afternoon, crouched near a tree and carving something fast. He thought it was a trick of light, until now. We radioed the sighting. Command authorized an expanded search. At sunrise, helicopters swept the ridges while we pushed deeper on foot. By day 4, fatigue set in. I stopped feeling my hands. My boots were caked in mud. I kept thinking about the naked figure, about how calm he'd looked in that brief flash of light. Not lost, not running, just moving through the woods like he belonged there. That afternoon, we found Thomas, He was standing in the creek, completely naked. His skin was so pale it looked translucent, like candle wax. The water barely reached his knees, but he didn't seem to feel the cold. When he turned toward us, the carvings were the first thing I saw. They covered every inch of him. His chest, arms, thighs, even the soles of his feet. Not random cuts, meticulous etchings, each symbol distinct. Some looked like Norse runes, others Egyptian, some closer to early Sumerian script. Every line precise, clean, as if done with a surgeon's blade. Thomas smiled when he saw us, a small, childlike smile. "Thomas," I said softly, wading closer, "you're safe now. We're here to take you home." He tilted his head, as if studying the word home. Then he whispered something that made my blood freeze. "They're awake now." His voice was rough, like a dry leaf scraping against stone. We wrapped him in a blanket and radioed for medevac. He didn't resist, didn't speak again. Just kept smiling at the tree line, as though waiting for something. When the chopper lifted him out, he began humming, a low, rhythmic tone that made the air feel heavy. At the medical center in Kalispell, doctors couldn't determine how he'd survived. No food, no water for nearly a week, yet his vitals were strong. The carvings were shallow, none infected. But the marks weren't healing like normal cuts. The tissue seemed fused, like the symbols were part of him now. I stayed late that night, writing my report. Around midnight, I went to check on him. The nurse said he was resting, still humming under his breath. I pushed open the door and froze. He was sitting up, eyes wide open, staring at the wall. The same smile on his face. The humming had changed. It wasn't a single tone anymore, but multiple, overlapping notes, like several voices coming from one throat. The symbols on his skin were glowing faintly. Not bright, but enough to cast pale lines of light across the sheets. I called the nurse, but when she came in, the light was gone. He lay back as if asleep. She gave me a look that said I was imagining things. Maybe I was. The next morning, Thomas was gone. The security footage showed him walking out at 3:07 a.m. calm, barefoot, completely naked. The night guard swore he never saw him pass. Every door alarm was silent. No tracks outside. We found his blanket neatly folded on the hospital lawn. Nothing else. The investigation lasted 2 weeks. We combed the park again, this time under state supervision. Nothing, not a print, not a trace. On the 12th day, a pilot flying a supply route spotted something in a meadow near Lake McDonald. A formation of burned grass, intricate spirals and symbols spanning 50 yards, precise as if drawn with a compass. In the center lay a single vertebra, human, carved with the same runes that covered Thomas's skin. They sent photos to linguistics experts, historians, even a few anthropologists. No one could translate them. The symbols spanned multiple ancient systems: Greek, Phoenician, Etruscan, and some unknown variations. I thought that was the end of it. I wanted it to be. But a week later, I found one carved into my cabin wall. It was small, near the doorframe. I swear it hadn't been there before. The wood fibers were raw, freshly cut. And when I ran my fingers over it, the surface was warm. That night I dreamed of the creek again. Thomas standing there smiling. Behind him, shapes moved through the trees, tall, shifting silhouettes that seemed to bend light around them. When they stepped closer, I saw their bodies were covered in the same carvings, but deeper, more complete, like a language etched into bone. When I woke, my ears were ringing. A low hum, faint but constant. I told my supervisor I needed a few days off. He didn't argue, I think he saw the exhaustion in my eyes. But even as I packed, something kept drawing me back toward that clearing. Before I left, I returned to Bear Hat. Alone. The circles of bones were gone. The carvings on the trees had grown darker, the grooves filled with something black and tar-like. In the center of the clearing, the soil had hardened into a smooth, glassy surface. When I crouched to touch it, the hum grew louder. I felt it through my bones, like standing inside a bell. And beneath that vibration, I could hear faint whispering. A language I didn't know, but somehow understood enough to know one word: my name. When I pulled my hand back, a thin line of blood traced down my wrist. A new carving. Just one symbol. I didn't feel the cut happen. It was simply there. That was when I realized Thomas hadn't come back alone. I didn't tell anyone about the mark on my wrist. It was small enough to hide beneath my watch, and I convinced myself I'd scraped it against bark or rock. But that lie unraveled fast. The cut didn't heal. It didn't scab. It just stayed. Raw, perfect, and faintly warm, like the surface of something alive. 2 nights after visiting the clearing, I started hearing the hum again. Not in dreams this time. It was faint at first, tucked somewhere in the noise of a cabin. Behind the hum of the refrigerator, the static of the radio, even in the wind against the windows. But when I turned everything off, it was still there. A low vibration, steady as a pulse. I tried sleeping with earplugs. Didn't help. The sound wasn't external. It was inside me. By the 3rd night, it had rhythm. 3 tones, then a pause. 3 tones again. When I pressed my fingers against my wrist, I could feel the same pattern pulsing through the mark. That morning, I drove down to West Glacier and showed up at the ranger station before dawn. My supervisor, Dan, looked up from his coffee when I walked in. "You look like hell," he said. "Could use a favor," I told him. "Any updates on Thomas Reeve?" He hesitated. That told me everything. "They found him again," Dan said finally. "Or pieces of him." He slid a file across the desk. Inside were photos. Ones I wish I hadn't looked at. Thomas's body had been discovered by a hunter 20 miles south of the park boundary, deep in tribal land that wasn't supposed to be accessed. No visible wounds except one. His chest cavity was hollowed out, ribs spread wide. Every bone was carved with the same symbols, clean as before. But what stopped me cold was the look on his face. The same smile. "Medical examiner says he'd been dead maybe a week," Dan said. "But that's impossible, because we found him alive barely 2 weeks ago." I couldn't stop staring at the photo. The carvings on his ribs formed a spiral pattern around the sternum, like a vortex pulling inward. I noticed one symbol repeated along the curve, the same one carved into my wrist. I closed the file. "Who's handling the investigation?" "FBI took jurisdiction yesterday," he said. "You'll probably get interviewed, seeing as you were the last one to see him alive." He tried to sound casual, but I could hear the fatigue in his voice. He'd seen weird things too. Every ranger has, but this was different. This felt ancient, deliberate. That afternoon, 2 agents showed up, a woman named Clark and a man named Rizzo. They weren't the usual clean suit types. They looked more like field operatives, boots and windbreakers, eyes that didn't blink much. They questioned me for nearly 3 hours. Every detail of the search, every observation about Thomas. When I mentioned the carvings glowing faintly in the hospital, Clark leaned forward. "Describe the glow," she said. "Pale, almost like phosphorus, I told her, not bright, but visible in the dark. Rizzo jotted something down. Did you touch any of the symbols? Just on the trees, I said. Why? He looked up at me. Because several of the people who handled the body have developed unexplained lesions. Not infections. Patterns, matching the carvings. A cold pulse rippled through my chest. I didn't move my wrist. After they left, I sat in my truck and stared at the mountains. The air felt too still. Glacier's beauty always struck me as something holy, but that day, it felt like a cathedral emptied of its god. That night, the humming grew louder. I woke at 2:43 a.m. to find the lights flickering. My radio turned on by itself, the speaker crackling with bursts of static between short tones. 3 hums, pause, 3 hums again. It wasn't random. It was the same pattern pulsing beneath my skin. When I lifted my watch, the mark was glowing faintly. I watched, horrified, as another symbol formed beside it. Slow, deliberate, like being written from inside the flesh. I stumbled to the sink, grabbed a knife, and tried to cut it out. But the blade wouldn't pierce deep enough. The skin seemed to resist it, stretching like rubber. When I pressed harder, the lights went out. The hum swelled into something deeper. A voice underneath it, too many tones to belong to one throat. Return, it said. I dropped the knife. The hum stopped. Silence. I left the cabin before sunrise, driving straight to Kalispell, to the only person I thought might help Docker. Amelia Keening, a linguist who'd been consulted about the carvings. I remembered her from the debriefing. She was sharp, skeptical, but curious in a way that felt reckless. She let me in without question. Her office was a mess of old books, reference charts, and pinned photographs of the symbols. I thought the case was closed, she said. What's wrong? I rolled up my sleeve. Showed her my wrist. She didn't flinch, just leaned closer, studying the shape. That one appears repeatedly on the bones. She murmured. It's closest to a proto, Canaanite glyph meaning breath, but it's inverted, almost like something trying to breathe through me, I said. Her eyes met mine. She didn't call me crazy. Instead, she turned to her computer, pulled up an image, the carving on Thomas's sternum, the spiral. Do you see this? She said. These runes aren't random. They're converging toward the center, this symbol here. It appears in Mesopotamian burial tablets, representing a passageway between realms. The oldest version translates to the bone gate. Gate to where? She hesitated. Where the dead remember. I stared at her. You think he opened it? I think he tried to. But maybe it opened through him instead. Before I could respond, her desk lamp flickered. Papers rustled. Then I heard it, the hum. Soft at first, but unmistakable. Amelia froze. Do you hear that? She whispered. Every light in the room dimmed. The air grew heavy, pressing down on my lungs. The computer screen flickered with static, then lines appeared across it. Symbols, the same spiral pattern, forming faster and faster until it filled the display. The hum deepened, vibrating the floorboards. Amelia grabbed my arm. Get out. We ran into the hallway just as the lights blew out. A sound followed. Wet, splitting, like wood tearing open. When I looked back, her office was empty. No furniture, no walls. Just a dark space that shimmered like oil, faint shapes twisting inside it. I don't remember running down the stairs. Only the cold air hitting my face outside. I drove without thinking, half blind, until I reached the edge of the park. By the time I stopped, dawn was breaking. My wrist burned. 3 more symbols had appeared, arranged like steps downward. That's when I saw the figure, standing by the tree line 100 yards away, naked, still smiling. Thomas, or what used to be him. His body looked carved deeper now, bones gleaming through thin skin. When the sun touched him, the carvings glowed gold. He raised one hand, and I swear to God I felt my heart stutter. Because carved into his palm was the same spiral from his chest, the bone gate. He mouthed a word I couldn't hear, but I didn't need sound to understand it. Return. When I blinked, he was gone. I drove straight to the ranger outpost near Lake McDonald. Told Dan everything, except the mark. He listened, then stared at me, like a man trying to calculate how much of a story he could believe before losing his job. You've been through a lot, he said gently. Maybe take some extended leave. Get out of here a while. That night, I packed, but as I loaded my truck, I noticed something carved into the doorframe again. Fresh this time, deeper. The same spiral symbol, only this time it wasn't alone. Around it were words in several alphabets: Latin, Greek, Hebrew, all meaning one thing: witness. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark space from Amelia's office, something moving just beyond the shimmer, like hands pressed against a membrane, trying to push through. By morning, the hum had returned, louder than ever. The ground seemed to vibrate underfoot, and birds weren't singing anymore. The entire forest felt paused, waiting. I started the truck, but the engine died immediately. Then the radio turned on by itself. Not static this time. Voices, layered, whispering in a dozen tongues, weaving in and out of each other. I caught fragments: open, bone, breath, return. When I looked down, my wrist was glowing again. The spiral had begun forming there, 2 line by line, like something beneath my skin was tracing it from the inside out. I drove anyway. Didn't care if the engine protested. I just needed to leave the park, to cross that invisible line where the air stopped humming. But the sound followed me all the way down Highway 2. And somewhere behind me, in the rearview mirror, the forest shimmered like heat haze, something vast stirring within it, just beginning to take form. By the time I crossed the state line into Idaho, the hum had quieted. But it didn't stop. It shifted, fading into the background like tinnitus, a sound the body learns to carry. I drove until I ran out of gas, slept in the cab with my hand wrapped in a towel to hide the light, and dreamed of nothing but white bone. 3 days passed before I reached Spokane. I checked into a motel under a false name, shut the curtains, and turned on every light. The brightness felt safe, even though I knew that was superstition. Evil doesn't mind daylight. I tried to call Amelia. Her number was disconnected. Her university profile was gone, archived overnight. When I called the linguistics department, a man told me she'd taken an indefinite leave. His voice had that bureaucratic calm. That means don't ask again. So I stopped asking. I spent those days trying to scrub the symbols off my wrist. Alcohol, bleach, even a small branding iron I bought from a hardware store. None of it worked. The skin healed instantly, sealing smooth again each time, the marks unchanging. By the 5th night, they had crept up to my elbow. That's when the motel mirrors began to distort. Not much at first, just a flicker, as though the reflection lagged a heartbeat behind. Then, on the 7th night, my reflection smiled before I did. The same hollow, knowing smile Thomas wore. I smashed the glass with the lamp, but in the shards on the floor, the reflection kept grinning. I left before dawn. I told myself I was heading east to start over, but the truth was simpler. I was running towards something. The humming was leading me, and somewhere in the static of my own fear, I realized it wasn't random. It was direction. The pattern repeated every hour. 3 tones, pause. 3 tones, and each pause lined up with GPS coordinates. When I plotted them, they formed a path straight back to Glacier National Park. I should have thrown the phone out the window. Instead, I drove back. The park was closed for the season, snow coming early that year. I parked near the gate and hiked the rest of the way to Bearhead Mountain, following that terrible frequency only I could hear. Each step felt heavier, like gravity was thicker here. The trees leaned inward as if listening. By the time I reached the clearing, night had fallen. It wasn't empty anymore. In the center, the glassy soil had split open into a wide depression, perfectly circular, maybe 20 feet across. The air above it shimmered faintly, as though bending light. Around the edges, new carvings had appeared in the ground, deeper, more complex, glowing with the same soft gold as Thomas's skin in the sunlight. And standing at the rim were shapes, dozens of them, naked, silent, carved. Some tall, some small, men and women, every one etched with the same symbols. I recognized faces among them, missing persons from the park reports. The Boy Scout who vanished in 2008, the hunter found only by his boots, even Amelia. They turned when they heard me, but none moved closer. Then, from within the pit, something rose. It wasn't a figure so much as the suggestion of one, vast and jointless, its surface smooth and colorless, like marble alive. Light blood through its cracks, pulsing in rhythm with the hum. It didn't speak in sound. It spoke through vibration. Every bone in my body answered. The air rippled, and the carvings on my arm burned. The symbols rearranged themselves beneath the skin, aligning into the same spiral pattern I'd seen on Thomas's chest. I should have run. But the longer I looked, the more my fear thinned into understanding. This wasn't random. It wasn't evil in the way humans mean it. It was communication. Invitation. Something ancient beneath the park had been asleep. Maybe for centuries. Maybe since before words had form. The runes weren't language. They were instructions. Coordinates for an opening between worlds, made of matter and memory. Thomas hadn't stumbled upon it by chance. He had listened. And now it was listening to me. I don't know what compelled me, but I stepped forward. The figures didn't stop me. As I reached the edge of the pit, the hum deepened into a perfect, harmonic tone. The surface inside wasn't empty. It was depthless, like staring into water that reflected nothing. Then the spiral on my arm ignited, bright as molten gold. The light spread, climbing my shoulder, my chest, my throat. I could feel something vast behind it, pouring through, trying to shape me into a vessel. I remember screaming, not in pain, but in resistance. Every instinct said don't yield. I clawed at the ground, but my fingers sank into the dirt, which pulsed like muscle. The hum became a roar, 1,000 voices chanting across time. And then, silence. When I woke, it was morning. The clearing was gone. No pit, no figures, no carvings on the trees. Just frost, sunlight, and the smell of pine. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it all. Then I looked at my arm. The symbols were gone. The skin smooth, unmarked. My body felt lighter, like something had been pulled out and replaced with air. I walked back to the trailhead in a daze, my radio dead, my phone showing no signal. When I reached the ranger station, Dan was there, and he froze when he saw me. Jesus Isla, he said. "We thought you were dead. How long was I gone?" He blinked. 3 months. I didn't argue. I let the medics take me to the hospital. They said I was dehydrated but otherwise fine. No injuries. No carvings. The official report listed me as found alive after prolonged exposure. The FBI closed Thomas's case for lack of evidence. Amelia's disappearance was never reopened. I transferred out of Glacier 2 weeks later, but I can still hear it. The hum. Faint, constant. And, when I sleep, I dream of the clearing again. But this time, I'm looking down from inside the pit. I can see the sky above, and all around me. Shapes carved from bone move in slow circles, whispering my name. Last month, I started noticing the marks again. Not on my skin this time, on the walls of my new apartment. Small, shallow carvings appearing overnight, sometimes warm to the touch. 2 nights ago, my neighbor knocked to complain about a noise. Said she could hear a strange low sound coming from my unit at all hours. When I asked her to describe it, she said, like someone humming through a wall of water. That same night, my phone lit up with a notification from an unknown number. No message, just an image. The spiral, it's spreading again. I've tried moving cities, unplugging electronics, isolating myself. It follows anyway. The symbols show up on trees outside my window, on fog glass, even on my breath in the cold air. I think what we found in that clearing was never meant to be opened. It wasn't a gate. It was a seed. And whatever grew from it, it's using us to remember itself. Sometimes, just before dawn, I feel it breathing through me. My ribs ache, as if the carvings are still there under the surface, trying to wake up. Yesterday, I got a letter with no return address. Inside was a single strip of paper. Handwritten familiar scrawl. "They're not done with you yet." Signed T. Reeve. The paper smelled like wet pine. And when I held it under the light, faint symbols shimmered across the fibers. Runes I recognized too well. I burned it, but the ash didn't scatter. It clumped, forming a spiral on the table. So I'm writing this down while I still can, before the hum drowns out language entirely. If someone finds these pages, don't come looking for me. Don't go to Glacier. Don't follow the carvings. Because once you've seen them, once they see you, they start carving back. And when that happens, you stop being a ranger. You stop being human. You become the message. If you ever stand in the woods and feel the ground vibrate underfoot, if you hear a tone with no source, do not answer it. And now something ancient wears my smile. My name is Danielle Shale, though most in the park just call me Danny. I have been a ranger at Coldwater National Park for 9 years, stationed primarily near Echo Lake, the crown jewel of the park, or so the brochures say. It's the kind of lake that looks too perfect to be real. Early mornings, when the mist still clings to the surface and the peaks surrounding it catch the first light, you could mistake the water for glass. It mirrors everything. The mountains, the trees, even the sky's first blush of orange. But Echo Lake doesn't just reflect the world around it. Sometimes it gives something back. Every ranger before me told the same joke during orientation. Echo Lake takes one every year. We'd laugh, because that's what you do when the alternative is believing it. But then, the list gets longer. One name, every October. Always someone who thought they knew the lake better than it knew them. Last year, it was a tourist, an experienced kayaker who paddled out before dawn and never came back. His gear washed up 2 days later, pristine. No damage. No blood, no body. The year before that, it was a seasonal ranger named Richie. He went for a night swim on his last shift. We found his flashlight on the shore, still on. This year, I was the one assigned to the lake through October. I told myself it didn't mean anything. I'm not superstitious, I said. But when the night started cooling, and the fog stayed longer on the water each morning, I felt the old tension that seeps through this place. Something between reverence and dread. It was late September when I started noticing things. Small, easy to dismiss things at first. A ripple in the middle of the lake on windless days. Shapes moving just beneath the surface when no fish were active, and an echo that lingered too long when you called across the water. Usually, when you shout at a lake, you hear yourself once, maybe twice if the terrain is right. But here, it repeats. Twice. Then again. Softer each time, until you're not sure if it's fading or getting closer. I live in a small ranger cabin on the North Shore, close enough to hear the waves lapping at night. There's comfort in that sound. It's steady, predictable. But in October, the rhythm changes. It sounds slower, heavier, like the water's breathing. And some nights, between the laps and pauses, I hear what I swear are voices. Not clear ones, not even language, but wet syllables that mimic the movement of the water. One evening, near closing, I met a couple from Oregon at the dock. They were the only visitors that day, early off-season travelers chasing fall colors. The woman pointed at the glassy water and asked, "Why is it called Echo Lake? Is it just because of the mountains?" I smiled the practiced ranger smile. That's part of it. But locals say it's because the lake remembers every sound it's ever heard. They claim it never forgets. She laughed nervously. That's creepy. Only if you believe it. I wish I'd left it at that. But I added, every October, the lake takes one. They both chuckled like it was a ghost story told for tourists. But when I looked down at the water, my reflection looked wrong, like it was smiling a second too late. The next morning, I did my usual patrol. The air was cold enough to sting, and mist hung over the lake like gauze. I saw something dark floating near the center, a shape, maybe a log. I used the binoculars, but the surface was too bright with reflection to tell. For a moment, though, I thought I saw a hand. By the time I reached the edge with the rescue boat, the shape was gone. I circled for 30 minutes. Nothing. Just still water, so calm that my wake looked painted on. I lobbied the incident as possible debris. But I didn't believe that. When I got back to the station, my supervisor, Frank, was pouring coffee. "You look like you saw a ghost," he said. "Maybe just a shadow," I replied. Frank leaned against the counter. "It's the lake, isn't it? Gets to everyone. My first year here, I thought I saw my reflection blink when I didn't." I laughed, but my throat was tight. "Did it?" He didn't answer, just sipped his coffee and stared out toward the water through the office window. A few days later, I woke up before dawn to a sound that didn't belong. It wasn't the wind or the creaking of trees. It was a slow, rhythmic knocking, 3 beats, then silence. It came from under the floorboards beneath the cabin. I got up, flashlight in hand, and crouched by the boards near the door. The sound stopped. When I pressed my ear to the floor, all I heard was water moving beneath the soil, like a slow current underground. The cabin stands just a few yards from the lake's edge, so I stepped outside. The air was so cold it burned to breathe. My breath turned to mist, joining the fog that rolled off the surface. Everything was gray and still, except the water. There was a perfect circle of ripples spreading outward, like someone had thrown a stone, but no one was there. I aimed my light toward it. The beam caught something, a pale shape, still and just beneath the surface. I took a step closer, squinting through the fog, and saw my own face looking back up at me. Not a reflection. It was too deep, too slow. The features were right. Same eyes, same jaw, but it wasn't me. It looked through me like it was waiting for something. The mouth opened beneath the water. I stumbled back, slipped on the wet grass, and when I looked again, the surface was smooth. My own reflection returned, calm and empty. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I stayed inside with every light on, trying to convince myself it had been an illusion. Fog, fatigue, suggestion, something logical. But deep down, I knew the old stories weren't just folklore. When daylight came, I walked to the ranger station and found Frank already there. He was filling out paperwork, but his hands were trembling slightly. "Morning," I said, voice rough. He didn't look up. "You heard it too, didn't you?" "What?" "The knocking." He exhaled sharply. "It always starts with that." I hesitated. "You mean this happens every year?" He nodded. "Very October. The sounds, the reflections, the cold spots. Then someone goes missing. It's like the lake picks them." "Picked them how?" He met my eyes. "By showing them what it wants." That night, I couldn't bring myself to go near the water. But the sound followed me inside. Soft lapping, whispers brushing the windows. Something wet breathing close to the cabin walls. Around midnight, I went outside anyway, flashlight shaking in my hand. The mist parted just enough for me to see the lake. It was calm again, almost beautiful. But on the surface, faint as moonlight, I saw outlines of faces. Dozens. Men, women, some blurred, some clear. Their expressions were neutral, as if caught between peace and awareness. And among them, near the shore, was mine again. My face, eyes open, mouth slightly parted, as if about to speak. I whispered, "What do you want?" The reflection blinked. The ripple spread from its lips outward. I stepped back, heart pounding. But the sound that followed wasn't an echo. It was my own voice answering from the lake. "Come closer." For a long moment, I stood there, the flashlight trembling in my hand, the air thick with fog. Every instinct told me to turn back, lock the door, and call someone. Anyone. But I couldn't move. The reflection's lips moved again, silent this time, and I thought I could read the shape of the words. "It's your turn." Then, just like that, the surface went still. No faces. No sound. Only the mountain's reflection where mine had been. I didn't remember walking back inside, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was sitting on the cabin floor at dawn. My uniform soaked as if I'd been standing in the lake. My boots were wet, leaving muddy prints across the floorboards. I called Frank. No answer. I tried the radio, but all I got was static. Low and rhythmic, like something breathing through the line. By the time I drove to the station, the fog had thickened into a wall. I could barely see the hood of my truck. The trees looked warped and distant, their branches curling toward the lake like fingers. When I finally reached the building, the door was open. Inside, coffee still steamed on the counter, half drunk. The papers on the desk were damp. And near the back window, I saw footprints leading out the door. Bare footprints, wet and human-sized. They stopped at the edge of the dock. When I looked out, The lake was perfectly still. I stood at the dock for a long time, unable to cross the small gap between the planks and the water. The morning fog thinned, revealing a smooth surface that didn't seem to move, even when the wind stirred the trees behind me. The footprints ended right where the boibs darkened with moisture. No sign of struggle, no splash marks. Just gone. Frank. My voice carried weakly across the water. The echo came back softer, but not delayed, almost overlapping, as if someone beside me had repeated it under their breath. That's when I noticed the reflection. Not mine this time, or not exactly. It was standing where my reflection should have been, same posture, same stance. But it was wearing Frank's hat. I stepped back sharply, the dock groaning beneath me. The reflection didn't move. It stared up, unblinking, eyes like dark stones beneath the glass. Then a faint ripple passed through the surface, and the face began to change. Skin paling, features blurring, until it looked like me again. I turned away, walked fast, almost running, until I reached the gravel road that led uphill toward the maintenance shed. I didn't realize I was still holding my radio until it crackled in my hand. A low static hiss came through, then a single word, warped but unmistakable, closer. I dropped the radio. The rest of the day passed in strange quiet. No visitors, no birds, no insects even. The whole park seemed suspended in that same heavy stillness the lake held. I tried the ranger station's landline. Dead. I checked the truck's radio. Static again. It was as though something had sealed the place off. I told myself to focus on routine. Routine means control. So I made my rounds, trail markers, supply inventory, safety logs. Everything ordinary, mechanical grounding. Except, at every stop, I found water. Damp footprints across the cabin floors. Wet handprints on the glass of the information board. A line of droplets down the hallway wall, leading nowhere. By evening, I couldn't keep pretending this was explainable. Frank was gone. The lake had done something, and I was next in line. When darkness fell, I sat inside the cabin with a thermos of coffee and my logbook open on the table. I wrote everything. The reflections, the voices, the face under the surface, because I needed proof for myself that it happened, that I wasn't losing my mind. Around 9 p.m., I heard the knock again. 3 beats, silence, then 3 more. This time it came from the door. I didn't answer. My flashlight sat beside me. Beam off but ready. The knocks came again, louder, impatient. When I finally stood and flicked the light on, the sound stopped. I opened the door a few inches, enough to see the steps. Nothing. No footprints, no wind. Just a faint smell of lake water, clean but heavy, mineral and cold. Something dripped from the top of the door frame. When I raised the beam, I saw it wasn't rain. The wood was dry above it. Yet a single drop form hung there, then fell again, landing on my boot. The sound it made was too loud. I shut the door and slid the bolt. The knock didn't return. But I kept hearing movement. A slow shifting beneath the cabin floor, like something pacing in shallow water. Eventually, exhaustion won. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke near dawn to find the logbook open beside me. A new page had been filled in. Not my handwriting. The letters were long, thin, and wavering, as if written underwater. It said, S.H. Calabla di Basique. The she had been underlined twice. I threw the book into my pack and left. I couldn't stay inside another minute. I needed to see daylight, to remind myself the world still existed beyond this cursed lake. By the time I reached the main road, The fog was lifting. Sunlight broke through, hitting the lake in shards of gold. It almost looked normal again. Almost. Because something was floating near the center. At first, I thought it was driftwood, same as before. But as I watched, it rolled. Too slow. Too deliberate. I borrowed the skiff from the boathouse and rowed out, each stroke echoing back twice. When I got close enough, my chest tightened. It wasn't a log. It was a ranger's jacket, half floating, half sunk. Frank's. His name tag gleamed faintly through the water. I reached for it with the paddle, trying not to lean over the side. But before I could touch it, the water moved. Not a wave, more like the surface it hailed. The jacket sank straight down. Gone. Then I saw a hand rise where it had been, fingers pale, nails long and gray. It pressed flat against the underside of the surface, as if on glass. The water didn't ripple. The skin looked too smooth, like wax. And then there was another hand, smaller mine. The reflection beneath me showed both, one on either side of my real arm, holding it still. I dropped the paddle and scrambled back, the boat rocking hard. Something brushed the hull from below. Not once, but twice. Circling. I started rowing, faster than I thought possible, water slapping against the sides. The sound chased me all the way back to shore. When I jumped out, I nearly fell. The shoreline was slick. My reflection rippled beside me, and I realized something awful. It wasn't matching my movements anymore. I lifted my arm. It didn't. I turned. It stood still. Then it smiled. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat at the table with my lantern burning low, listening. The lake wasn't quiet anymore. It hummed, deep, almost subsonic, like the vibration of a cello string pressed to bone. It came through the walls, through the floor, through my ribs. Just before midnight, I heard footsteps outside, slow, squelching, heavy with water. They stopped at the door. I held my breath. The knob turned once. Then came a voice, low, distorted, and too close. Danny. My stomach dropped. It was Frank's voice. But it wasn't right. It dragged the last syllable too long, like the sound was being pulled through water. Danny, come out. I didn't move. The doorknob turned again, harder this time. Then silence. Then a soft dripping sound, steady and patient. I counted my breaths until the lantern went out. The darkness felt alive. When I dared to look toward the window, there it was, my reflection. Pressed against the glass from the outside, face flattened, eyes open wide. Its mouth moved. The sound followed a second later. A whisper in perfect sync with the rippling of the lake beyond it. It's already October. The date hit me like a blow. October 1st. The month it always happens. The month Echo Lake takes one. I backed away from the window, tripping over the chair, gasping for air that felt too thick. The reflection's mouth moved again, this time faster, repeating a word I couldn't hear. Then, with a soft, wet pop, the glass bulged inward. Not shattered. Bulged. As though the reflection itself was pushing through. The surface trembled like stretched film. And before I could run, a droplet fell from it, landing on the floor between my boots. It spread fast, puddling wider and wider, until it shimmered like a mirror. Inside that growing circle, my reflection smiled once more. Upside down, framed by rippling edges, it reached upward with both hands. I jumped back, stumbling onto the bed. The water didn't stop spreading. It reached the table, climbed the chair legs, glistened like it was alive. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it drained, vanished between the floorboards. The cabin fell silent again. I sat there for hours, lantern off, afraid to even blink. And as the first gray light of morning crept through the window, I realized something chilling. On the inside of the glass, my side, there were wet fingerprints. 5 of them, each perfectly spaced, each facing inward. When I touched one, it was ice cold. I think that's when I started to understand the truth of the old saying. Echo Lake doesn't take someone by chance. It calls them. It marks them. The echoes, the reflections, the whispers, they aren't warnings. They're invitations. And once you answer, you belong to it. The next few days blurred. I lost track of time, of meals, of sleep. The fog never lifted now, not even at noon. The lake stayed silent, as if waiting. I didn't patrol. I didn't log my hours. I just watched the water from my porch, knowing it was watching me back. It's been raining since last night. The dock's half submerged now. The lake's swollen higher than I've ever seen it. There's a storm forecasted for tonight, and part of me hopes it comes hard enough to wipe everything clean. But deep down, I know storms don't touch this lake. They never do. It's too still, too patient. And tonight, October 5th, is when it finally decides who it wants. The storm came after sunset. You could feel it before it arrived. The air thickening, the trees bending as though bracing for a blow. Lightning flashed over the ridge, but the lake didn't ripple. Not even once. It stayed impossibly calm, reflecting the sky's violent light like polished obsidian. I sat on the porch with my flashlight and service pistol on the table beside me. The rain came in sheets, but the drops never seemed to touch the lake. I watched them vanish midair, as if swallowed by the reflection. Every instinct told me to leave, to drive down the access road and never look back. But I couldn't make myself move. There was a pull in my chest, a pressure, not external but inward, like something inside me was leaning toward the water. The radio hissed beside me, faint and irregular. Static, at first, then a voice. It was Frank again, or the lake's version of him. "You don't have to fight it," it said. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the lake for half a second. And in that flash, I saw them. Dozens of figures just beneath the surface. Some facing upward, some turned sideways, all suspended in eerie stillness. Their clothes drifted slightly, though there was no current. Faces pale as the moonlight. And every one of them was smiling. I dropped the flashlight. The beam spun across the porch, catching water running beneath the boards. Only it wasn't rainwater. It was clear, thick and glowing faintly blue, seeping upward from the cracks. I backed into the cabin and slammed the door. The floor was already wet, slick under my boots. The air smelled like the lake again. That cold, mineral tang that doesn't belong inside walls. The radio hissed louder. My own voice came through this time, warped and slowed. "Come closer." My stomach twisted. I kicked the radio off the table, and it clattered across the floor, still whispering. Then came the knock. 3 times, just like before. But not at the door. Under the floorboards. I grabbed my flashlight again, crouched low, and shined it at the seams. The boards bowed slightly, as if something was pressing up from beneath them. The sound came again. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, like someone drumming from underwater. I forced myself to whisper, "What do you want?" The knocking stopped. Then, through the window, I saw movement on the shore. At first, I thought it was lightning again. But no, this was softer, continuous, a pale shimmer just above the lake's edge. I stepped outside. Rain hammering my shoulders, boots sinking into the mud. The glow was real. The water's edge looked lit from beneath, swirling like liquid glass. And in that glowing surface, I saw her, my reflection, standing waist deep in the lake. She looked solid, more real than I was. Her hair plastered to her face, her uniform dark with water. She lifted a hand slowly, inviting me. "Danny." It wasn't a whisper this time. It was clear, steady, and came from my own mouth. Lightning struck somewhere behind me, close enough to shake the ground. I turned toward the cabin, but the door was open. Water was spilling from it in streams. I ran for it, splashing through puddles that felt deeper than they should be. When I reached the doorway, I froze. The interior was flooded, but not with rainwater. It was still, too still. Floating just above the submerged table were objects. The lantern, the logbook, the radio, all suspended midair, as though the water had no weight. And standing in the center of the cabin was Frank. He looked exactly as he had the last time I saw him, except for one thing: his eyes. They were completely black, like deep water at night. "You're fighting the wrong thing," he said. His voice was soft, bubbling slightly on the edges. "You're part of it already." I shook my head. "You're not real." He smiled faintly. "Neither are you. Not anymore." Behind him, the reflections in the flooded floor began to move, dozens of them. Faces rising and falling through the water's surface like slow breaths. I saw my own among them again, eyes open, smiling faintly. I stepped back onto the porch. The rain had stopped without me noticing. The air was too quiet. Even the thunder had gone. The lake waited, perfectly smooth. Frank's voice came from behind me again. "It takes one every year." You know why? I turned, but he wasn't there anymore. Only his hat floated near the doorway, perfectly dry. I whispered, "Why?" The voice came from the lake. "Balance." The word vibrated through the ground. The surface shimmered, and a ripple moved outward from the center. For the first time in weeks, I felt something other than fear. A strange, heavy calm. Like the moment before you fall asleep, when your body gives in. I walked down the steps, each board slick beneath my boots, until the water touched my ankles. It was warm. The reflection met me halfway. It smiled with a kind of understanding. Sad, almost merciful. When I took another step, the surface didn't break. It thickened around my shins like walking into jelly. The sound of the rain, the forest, even my heartbeat faded. Only the hum of the lake remained. Deep, resonant, like a living pulse. I don't remember taking the next step. One moment, I was on the dock. The next, I was looking down at it from beneath the water. Everything was clear, luminescent. The light from above shimmered in slow motion. Around me, shapes drifted. People, animals, fragments of things half recognizable. They didn't look dead. They looked preserved, waiting. And in the center of it all was the thing the lake had hidden. It wasn't a creature. Not in any way I could describe. It was a mass of faces and echoes, woven together. Every person who'd ever been taken. Their outlines merging into one slow, turning current. The sound it made wasn't speech but resonance, as though the lake itself was breathing through them. One of the faces opened its mouth. It was mine. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The air, or whatever replaced it, filled me with warmth that wasn't mine. Then I saw the light again, this time above me. The surface shimmered like a doorway, and for a heartbeat, I thought I could still climb back through. But my reflection was already there, standing where I had been, watching me from the other side. She raised her hand in farewell. Then the surface closed. They found the cabin a week later empty. The porch steps were damp, but the interior was dry. The logbook sat open on the table. One new entry written neatly in my handwriting. October 10, water levels normal. Echo Lake calm. Patrol complete. Frank was never found. Neither was I. Every October since, they say the lake looks brighter, clearer. Visitors talk about seeing shapes moving under the surface, pale outlines that seem to watch from below. One year, a ranger swore he saw two figures walking along the lakebed side by side. One tall, one smaller, both in uniform. He said the smaller one waved. When I try to remember what it felt like before that night, the edges blur. There's no hunger, no pain, no fear. Just quiet. The kind that listens. Now I understand the joke wasn't a joke at all. Echo Lake takes one every year. Not out of cruelty, out of memory. And this year, when the fog comes and the water stills, the reflection will smile again. It always does. Because Echo Lake remembers every sound it's ever heard, and every voice it's ever claimed. If you visit and call across the water, you might hear your own voice echo back, once, twice, then again. And if the third echo says something different, if it says, "Come closer," you should turn and leave, because the lake already knows your name. My name is Ranger Seth Holloway. I have served with the National Park Service for nearly 12 years, most of that time stationed at Red Vale National Forest, a sprawling visited preserve tucked in the northern edge of Montana. The park is known for its basalt cliffs, cold rivers, and the sort of silence that eats sound whole. We get hikers, a few hunters, and once in a while, researchers from the university. But mostly, it's just us rangers and the trees. I mention that because I know this forest, or at least, I thought I did. Every trail, every ridge, every hidden stream that doesn't appear on the official map. After more than a decade patrolling these woods, I could tell you which areas flood early, where the elk bed down, where lightning tends to strike. But that tree, the one I'm about to tell you about, it wasn't there before. And when it appeared, it changed something about the forest. Something I still can't explain. It started 3 months ago, in late June. That summer had been unusually dry. Fires had been burning across the state, and though Red Vale was mostly spared, the air tasted like charcoal. We'd closed several trails due to lightning risk and unstable soil. My supervisor, Ranger Curtis, had asked me to inspect an old service road that led to one of our decommissioned lookout towers, Tower 9. It hadn't been used in years, but a research team wanted to access the area for some environmental survey. My job was to make sure the path was still clear. I left at dawn, alone. The first few miles were routine, the same familiar scent of pine and mineral, the same crunch of dry needles underfoot. Then, somewhere near the Switchback Ridge, I noticed something strange. The forest felt dense in a way that didn't match the map. There were too many trees packed too closely together, blocking what should have been a view of the valley. I checked my GPS. The coordinates matched, but the terrain didn't. I remember standing there, frowning, when I saw it. A dark curve among the green, like a hill made of bark. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, or maybe a boulder overgrown with moss. But when I stepped closer, I realized it wasn't a rock at all. It was a trunk, a single, enormous tree. It towered above the canopy, at least 300 feet tall, maybe more. The base was wide enough that 3 pickup trucks could have parked side by side against it. Its bark was unlike anything I'd seen in this region. Not the coarse brown, gray of pine or fir, but something darker, smooth in some places, like skin stretched taut. The color shifted subtly, charcoal to reddish to black, depending on the light. I walked around it slow. No markings, no signs of disease, no branches until far above my head. When I checked my park-issued map, there was nothing marked here. No tree, no clearing, no feature of any kind. Just standard old-growth forest. And yet, here it was. I crouched and pressed my palm against the bark, half expecting it to be cool and rough. Instead, it was warm. Faintly warm, like something alive. That's when I felt it. The tree moved beneath my hand. Not wind, not a vibration, but a pulse. A steady rhythm, slow and deep, like the breath of an animal asleep. I froze, then touched it again. There was no mistaking it. The trunk rose and fell in the smallest, most deliberate motion. It was breathing. I jerked my hand back, heart pounding. For a long moment, I just stood there listening. The forest around me was silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. Only the faint, wet sound of something shifting deep inside the wood. After a minute, I took a step back. Then another. I forced myself to take a picture with my park camera. Though even as I framed the shot, the lens fogged for no reason I could explain. When I finally turned to leave, something stopped me. A sound, soft and wet, like someone whispering through cupped hands. I turned. The tree loomed in front of me, motionless. But the whisper came again, so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. Inside, the words slid through the air like a breath. My skin prickled. I scanned the forest. Nothing. No one. But I heard it again. Inside. I stumbled backward, tripped on a root, and bolted down the ridge. I didn't stop until the forest opened back into familiar ground. That night, I filed my field report like I always did. I noted the overgrowth, the blocked trail, the lack of wildlife activity. I didn't mention the tree. I told myself it was exhaustion, maybe dehydration, maybe smoke inhalation. Forests play tricks sometimes. Still, the next morning I checked the photo I'd taken. It was blank. Not corrupted, just white, like the image had been overexposed. I tried to forget about it. But 2 days later, another ranger, Owen Marks, went to inspect the same area for fallen timber. When he returned, he looked shaken, pale, said the GPS malfunctioned near the ridge and his compass spun in circles. He didn't mention a tree, but when I asked him where exactly he'd turned back, he gave me the same coordinates. A week after that, hikers began reporting strange noises along that trail. Breathing sounds, one said. Another claimed she heard someone whisper her name when no one was around. By mid-July, the forest started changing. Not in any way we could easily document, not at first. But the birds avoided that area entirely. Deer paths ended abruptly, turning away from the ridge. Trees near it had odd growth patterns, bulging slightly at the base, as if something underneath was pressing up. Curtis finally called a meeting. 3 of us, me, Owen, and Ranger Lily Tran, were assigned to investigate the disturbance and close off access if needed. We went out early the next morning. The air was damp, even though there hadn't been rain in weeks. Strange humidity. Lily muttered, wiping her neck. We hiked in silence most of the way. The forest grew darker, thicker. I noticed the moss underfoot looked wet, pulpy, as though soaked in fluid rather than water. Every step made a faint suction sound. When we reached the ridge, my stomach dropped. The tree was still there. It looked bigger. Lily stopped mid-step. "What the hell?" Owen whispered. "It's not on the map." The three of us stood there staring. Curtis asked me over the radio what we were seeing, and I didn't know what to say. Finally, I told him it was a massive growth. Possibly diseased, needed further study. He told us to mark it and return. But Lily, curious as ever, walked closer before I could stop her. "Seth, feel this," she said, placing her palm on the bark. "It's warm." "Touch it," I told her. "Too late," she frowned. "It's moving." Owen backed away. "Moving." She leaned closer, pressing her ear to the trunk. "I can hear." She went silent. Her expression changed. Not fear, not confusion, but something hollow, like her mind had emptied out. "Lily." I stepped forward, grabbing her shoulder. She turned to me slow. "It's breathing," she whispered. Before I could answer, the whisper came again, louder this time, curling around us like wind from beneath the soil. Inside, Owen stumbled back, shouting, "What was that?" Inside, the sound didn't come from the air. It came through the ground, through the bark, through the hollow inside of us. We ran. We didn't stop until we reached the ranger station. Lily didn't speak for the rest of the day. That night, she called me. Her voice trembled. "Seth," she said, "it's in my head. The sound, it won't stop." I told her to rest, that maybe we'd inhaled spores or some fungal agent. "There were cases of that in other forests," I said, trying to believe it myself. But she interrupted me. It said my name. The line went dead. By morning, Lily was gone. Her truck was still at the ranger station, keys in the ignition. Her radio was off. The search went on for 5 days. Dogs, drones, volunteers. No trace. Until day 6. Curtis found her boots near the ridge. Both upright. Both filled with something dark. Blood, they thought. But the lab said it wasn't blood. Not exactly. The sample had no hemoglobin. It was organic, but plant-based. That's when they called off the search. I couldn't sleep after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the bark moving, slow and rhythmic, like a lung under flesh. And sometimes, just before drifting off, I'd hear it again, faint but distinct, as if it were right outside my cabin window. Inside. I told myself it was a dream. But one night, when I went to check the window, I saw something that turned my blood to ice. The glass was fogged from the outside, and in the condensation, something had pressed a shape, the impression of a hand with bark for skin. After Lily disappeared, the park changed. The air itself felt heavier. We had more fog than usual, patches of thick, low mist that never fully burned off even in daylight. Curtis ordered the ridge officially closed. A small mercy, but it didn't matter. The forest was different now. The other rangers said they could hear sounds traveling wrong. Conversations echoing where they shouldn't. Radios picking up whispers on channels we'd never programmed. 3 weeks after the search ended, Owen stopped coming into work. He lived out near the northern boundary, alone in one of the ranger cabins. Curtis asked me to check on him. It was a gray morning, the kind that presses down on your chest. I drove out to his place, 20 minutes off the main road, surrounded by birch and cedar. His truck was out front. The porch light was on, though the bulb flickered like it was underwater. When I knocked, no one answered. The door wasn't locked. Inside, the air was damp and smelled of soil. Not rot exactly, something fresher. like a greenhouse left too long in the dark. His gear was there, boots by the wall, maps scattered across the table. But something was wrong with the walls. They were wet. Condensation beaded down the wood in slow, steady rivulets, pooling at the floor. I ran my hand across one beam. The moisture was warm. I called out. A sound came from the back room, a slow, dragging shuffle. I moved toward it, my pulse pounding in my ears. "Owen, it's Seth. You okay?" No reply. The door to the bedroom creaked open a few inches. I smelled that same earthy sweetness again, stronger this time. Wet moss and something else beneath it, coppery, almost like blood. I pushed the door open. The room was empty except for Owen's radio on the nightstand, still humming faint static. His window was open, curtains fluttering inward like a slow breath. Then the radio crackled, just once, and a voice came through. Inside. I froze. The sound wasn't like before. This wasn't the whisper of air or leaves. This was Owen's voice. Then came a long pause, followed by a wet inhale, as though someone were breathing directly against the mic. Inside. The voice said again. I left the cabin. Didn't even close the door behind me. When I got back to the station, Curtis looked like hell. He'd been up since 3 a.m., he said, dealing with a tree fall on the southern road. When I told him about Owen, he didn't even ask for details. He just rubbed his forehead and muttered, "We're cursed with this damn forest." That evening, I drove home to my small house near the ranger base. I locked every door, drew every curtain. But around midnight, I woke up to the sound of creaking wood, the floorboards expanding and contracting like a chest. I held my breath. The sound was rhythmic. Breathing. I stepped into the living room. The walls looked wrong. Not flat, but subtly swelling in and out, as if the entire structure was taking slow breaths. My knees nearly gave out. I stumbled outside into the cold air, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing. Just the forest. And somewhere out there, a faint hum, like air being drawn through wood. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, I convinced myself I was hallucinating. Stress, smoke inhalation, lack of rest. I'd lost 2 colleagues, maybe more, and my mind was trying to make sense of it. But I couldn't ignore what came next. 2 hikers reported seeing a new landmark on the old ridge trail. A huge dark tree with red marks, they said. One of them claimed to have heard something like heartbeat sounds coming from the ground. They'd turned around immediately. Curtis asked me to log the report, nothing more. But he didn't meet my eyes when he said it. Later that week, I saw him at the equipment shed, burning something in a metal bin. I recognized the papers, copies of our older park maps. He was destroying every version that showed the Tower 9 road. When I asked him why, he just said, "If it's not on the map, maybe it'll stop existing." That night, I dreamed of the tree. In the dream, I stood before it, hand outstretched. The bark pulsed beneath my palm, warm and wet. The whisper came again. Inside. And when I looked down, my fingers were sinking into the wood. Slowly, painlessly, the tree opened around me like a mouth. I woke to the sound of something tapping on my window. 3 slow taps. When I looked, I saw a shape. Tall, still, outlined by the moonlight. For a second, I thought it was a person. Then I realized it was Lily, or what was left of her. Her skin looked like bark. Her hair hung in strands like moss. And her eyes, they weren't eyes anymore. They were knots. She didn't move, didn't breathe. Just stood there, her head tilting once, slowly, unnaturally, as though something else was working the muscles underneath. Then she whispered, mouth splitting open wider than it should have. Inside. I don't remember what happened after that. Maybe I fainted. Maybe I blacked out. When I came to, it was daylight. The window was open, but there were no footprints outside. Only a faint indentation in the grass, round, wide, like the base of a trunk. That was the moment I decided to go back. Not for curiosity, not for courage, just for proof. I needed to know if it was real, if any of it was. I packed light flashlight, radio, field camera, knife. No one knew where I was going. Curtis was out on an inspection route, and I figured if I didn't tell anyone, no one could stop me. The trail was worse than before. The air hummed with a low vibration, like an endless exhale from deep underground. The forest floor felt soft, spongy, and every step released the smell of decay and sap. When I reached the ridge, I almost didn't recognize it. The trees around the breathing one had changed, bent inward slightly, as though bowing toward it. The soil at the base was dark, wet, streaked with veins of something red. And the tree, it was enormous now, easily twice the size I remembered. The bark undulated in slow rhythm, the pattern unmistakable. Inhale, exhale. I turned on my recorder. My voice shook. This is Ranger Seth Holloway, documenting anomaly at Ridge 9. Unknown species, possibly parasitic growth. Movement observed in surface tissue. The tape caught it, the faint, moist sound of breathing. Then something else, a low hum, rising from within the trunk, almost like a human voice beneath layers of soil. I took a step closer. The sound grew clearer, until I could make out the shape of words. Seth, it said my name. I froze. The bark split slightly near my hand, a thin seam opening like a mouth. A warm gust of air brushed my face. The smell was sweet, organic, suffocating. Inside, it whispered. My instincts screamed to run, but I couldn't. My legs wouldn't move. I felt the warmth seeping into me through the air itself, into my lungs, my blood. The hum deepened, a vibration I could feel in my bones. Then, from the darkness of that opening, something moved. A shape pressed against the inner bark. Human in outline, like someone trying to push through from the other side. For one dizzy second, I thought it was Lily. Then Owen. Then I realized it wasn't any single person. It was all of them. Faces merging and splitting, features forming and melting. The surface shimmered like water over skin. The whisper came again, closer, almost pleading now. Inside, I stumbled backward, tripping over a root. My camera hit the ground, lens cracking. I grabbed it anyway and snapped one final photo as I ran. When I got back to the station, my radio was dead. My hands shook so bad, I could barely get the cabin door open. I locked myself inside and sat until dawn, staring at the cracked camera. When I finally checked the photo, my stomach turned. It wasn't the tree. It was me, standing with my hand on the bark, half of my body already sinking into it. I didn't tell anyone about the photograph. I couldn't. Curtis would have sent me for evaluation, and the others would have written it off as trauma. Maybe they would have been right. But when you've seen your own body halfway, absorbed by something alive, something pulsing, you stop trusting anyone's version of sanity but your own. I stayed at the ranger station that night, sitting in the dark. The photograph spread across the desk. I kept expecting the figure in it, my figure, to move, to breathe. Sometimes I swore it did. By morning, I made a decision that wasn't really a decision at all. I had to go back, not out of bravery or curiosity this time, but because I felt tethered, as though the forest itself was pulling me back toward it, one breath at a time. Before leaving, I checked the logs. Curtis's handwriting filled the morning report, dated just hours before field check, southern perimeter. Signs of subsidence near creek bed. Will return before dusk. I underlined that last part. He'd be gone all day. I packed only a flashlight, a field recorder, and a small hatchet. I didn't bother with the radio. The ridge didn't like radios. The trail was quieter than I'd ever heard it. Not silent, silence has texture, but empty. Like everything that should have made sound had stopped existing. My own footsteps felt intrusive. Every exhale hung too long in the air. Halfway there, I found something that made my stomach twist. A boot, half buried in the mud, toe pointed toward the ridge. I recognized the make, standard issue. Owens. I left it where it was. The ridge rose like a scar in the earth, pale mist clinging to the slope. By the time I reached the top, I was shaking from more than cold. The tree stood exactly where it had before, except now its bark rippled in long, slow waves, as though it were inhaling through the roots and exhaling through the crown. The sound it made wasn't quite breathing anymore. It was deeper, hungrier. I stepped closer, recorder in hand. Ranger Holloway. Day 32 since anomaly discovered. I said, my voice barely steady. Specimen displays further morphological change, possible self-expansion or... The rest of my words vanished under a noise. A low, groaning sigh that came from deep underground. The soil trembled beneath my boots. Then I saw movement at the base of the trunk, something shifting within the folds of bark. A hand, it emerged slowly, pushing through the surface as though from thick mud. The fingers were pale, slick with sap that looked too red. Another hand followed, then a face pressing outward, the features soft and malleable. It was Lily, or something using her face. Her lips moved soundlessly, then parted. Sap trickled from the corners of her mouth. I staggered backward, but the ground was moving under me now, rising and falling like a lung. I realized then that the tree wasn't just breathing. The whole ridge was. The air thickened. My head pounded. Every inhale tasted like iron and soil. Inside, the voice said. Not from the tree this time, from everywhere. The air, the back of my own throat. I ran. Branches tore at my sleeves. Roots shifted beneath me like veins under skin. I don't remember how long I ran, only that I tripped near the switchback and hit my head on a rock. When I came to, it was dusk. I was lying on something soft. When I tried to sit up, I realized it wasn't soil beneath me. It was bark, thin, pliant, like the outer layer of a tree, but warmer. It pulsed faintly under my palm. I was still on the ridge, but the great tree was gone. In its place was a depression in the earth, circular and wide, rimmed with wet roots that rose and fell in time with that same invisible breath. The tree hadn't vanished. It had moved. I stumbled to my feet, disoriented. My recorder was gone, my flashlight cracked. The only sound was that slow, endless breathing. The same rhythm syncing with my own heartbeat until I couldn't tell which was which. I turned to leave, and froze. There was someone standing at the edge of a clearing. Curtis. He looked wrong. His uniform hung loose, soaked through with dark stains. His face was pale, his eyes distant, unfocused. Curtis. I called out. He smiled, too slowly, and stepped closer. His movements didn't match his steps, as if something inside him was working the limbs like a puppet. "You shouldn't have come back," he said, voice soft and wet. "It doesn't like to be alone." I backed away, shaking my head. "We need to leave. The ridge isn't safe." He stopped walking. For a long moment, his chest swelled and sank in rhythm with the ground. Then, in a tone almost tender, he said, "It's not the ridge, Seth. It's the heart." "The what?" "The tree isn't growing here," he said. "We're growing in it." He smiled again, and I saw sap leak from the corners of his mouth. His skin along the neck had begun to split. Thin, delicate lines showing wood beneath flesh. I turned and ran again, but every path looped back to the same clearing. I could see my own footprints layered over themselves. The forest was folding inward, drawing me toward the center. Curtis's voice followed me, distorted now, layered with something deeper. Inside, I tripped over a root and fell hard. When I looked up, I saw the hollow, a gaping wound at the base of one of the smaller trees. A dark, wet cavity wide enough for a man to crawl through. From inside, a warm wind blew out, slow and rhythmic, as though something vast were breathing below the forest floor. I heard Lily's voice, then Owen's, then others, rangers, hikers, people I'd never met, all whispering the same word in overlapping tones. Inside, I should have run. I should have done anything but move closer. But I didn't. My body leaned forward on its own, drawn by the pulse, the rhythm, the strange comfort of it. When I reached the hollow, the bark peeled back like lips parting. The air that came out was thick and wet, full of spores that glittered faintly in my flashlight beam. And then I saw it. Faces. Thousands of them. Pressed into the inner walls. Eyes closed, mouths half open, skin fused with wood. Some looked peaceful. Others looked like they were still screaming. Their chests rose and fell in unison. Breathing. I stumbled backward, choking. The air too dense to inhale. My vision blurred. I thought I was going to pass out when something caught my wrist. A hand. It was Curtis, or what was left of him. His arm extended from the hollow, skin fusing into roots halfway down. His eyes were black knots. "It's easier if you stop fighting," he whispered. "It only hurts if you breathe against it." I tore free and ran until the forest lightened, until I saw the distant glint of my truck through the trees. I didn't stop. I drove straight to the nearest town and checked into a motel. I told myself I'd report everything in the morning. Call state forestry, the university, someone. But when morning came, I couldn't move. My body felt heavy, lungs tight, heartbeat slow. When I finally dragged myself to the mirror, I saw it. My veins weren't blue anymore. They were green. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't gone back to Redvale since. The park is closed now. Temporary geological instability, according to the official report. But every night I dream of that breathing. Sometimes I wake up and swear. I can feel it under my skin, sensing with mine. I've tried not to listen, tried not to answer when the whispers come through the walls. But last night I heard a new voice. It wasn't Lily, or Owen, or Curtis. It was me. It said, "Stop resisting." And this morning I noticed something else. My skin near the wrist where Curtis grabbed me. It's changing, darkening, thickening. When I press it, it gives slightly, warm and damp, like the surface of that trunk. I can hear it now, even as I write this. The pulse under the floorboards. The steady breath rising from the soil. I don't think it ever stopped. Maybe it never will. And maybe the whisper was never an invitation. Maybe it was a warning. Because when you listen closely, really closely, You realize it's not saying, inside, at all. It's saying, I'm inside. My name is Quinn Waverly, Senior Ranger with Parks Canada, stationed in Banff National Park. I've worked these mountains for close to 16 years, and in that time, I've seen more than most people would ever believe. Avalanches swallowing cabins whole, wolves behaving like they were following unseen orders, lights in the forest that didn't belong to campers or stars. But nothing prepared me for what happened the week we found the totem. I'd been assigned to the Johnston Canyon area, patrolling the Upper Falls Trail. It's one of the most heavily trafficked trails in Banff, a place where tourists come to take selfies near the turquoise cascades and throw breadcrumbs at chipmunks, despite the warning signs. My job was mostly routine, clearing trash, checking on permit holders, helping the occasional lost hiker back to the main path. That morning, the light filtered through the pines like melted gold. Everything was still damp from last night's rain, and the air smelled sharp, like wet stone and pine needles. I remember thinking it was going to be one of those quiet days, the kind you can actually enjoy instead of chase after emergencies. But around mid-morning, radio chatter broke the calm. Waverly, you there? It was Ranger Lee from the visitor center. Copy, I said. Go ahead. Got a call from a pair of hikers. Said they found something carved. Big. Looks like a totem pole. Not on any records. Where? Just off the Johnston Canyon Extension Trail. North side, maybe 2 kilometers past the second bridge. They said it looks old. That got my attention. There are no active First Nations totem sites within that zone of Banff. Historical markers exist near Lake Minnewanka shore, but a full carved totem that size, that was something new, and potentially something sacred. I hiked up with my field pack, expecting maybe a misidentified log or a creative carving left by campers. But after 20 minutes of uphill trail, the forest began to shift in texture. The pines grew taller and closer, their trunks darker than the others. As if they'd absorbed more shadow than sunlight. I noticed silence too. Even the wind had gone still. No birdsong, no water sound. Though I knew the falls weren't far. The GPS showed I was still within park boundaries. But when I veered off the trail toward where the coordinates led, the undergrowth thickened. Then, through a web of branches, I saw it. The totem stood in a clearing that shouldn't have existed. An oval of bare soil where nothing grew. It was about 12 feet high, maybe more, carved from an enormous cedar trunk. The wood was blackened with age, not burned exactly, just old. Each figure stacked atop the next was different. Raven bear, wolf, and at the top, a human face with hollow eyes and a long, open mouth. It looked wrong. Not inaccurate, but expressive in a way that didn't belong to modern hands. There was movement in it too. The illusion of breathing. The wood seemed to flex when I stared too long, as if inhaling. I took a photo for documentation and marked the GPS location. I didn't touch it. You don't touch things like that, not in this line of work. Later that afternoon, I filed a report and sent the images to the Cultural Resources Division in Calgary. They promised to investigate. By then, a storm had started, rolling in over the peaks, and I went back to the trailhead to close the gate for the evening. That's when I first saw him. The hiker who'd started it all. He was sitting on the bench near the trail map, drenched in rain but smiling like he'd just come from a concert. Tall, mid-30s, wearing one of those bright red rain jackets City People love to photograph themselves in. I could tell he wasn't local by the shoes alone. Brand new sneakers, white as teeth. "Your Ranger Waverly?" he asked. His voice had a rasp like he'd been shouting earlier. "That's me. You okay out here, sir?" "Weather's turning bad." Yeah. "I'm fine," he said. "I'm the one who called about the carving." He extended his hand, but I didn't take it right away. There was something about the way his sleeve hung, like he was holding his arm stiff. Rainwater ran down his wrist, but his skin was darker there. Rough looking. "You touched it, didn't you?" I asked. He grinned sheepish. "It's old wood, man." Couldn't resist a selfie. Didn't think it mattered. "Those are cultural artifacts," I said. "You're lucky you didn't damage it. Or worse, get splinters." "Yeah," he said softly. "Splinters." He looked down at his hands then, as if realizing something for the first time. "It's weird. It hasn't stopped itching." He pulled back his sleeve. "I've seen plenty of odd injuries. Bare scratches, frostbite. Even one case of necrosis from a bad spider bite. But this was something else entirely. His forearm looked like bark. Not a rash. Not scabbing. Actual bark. The texture of it, the color, the way it cracked when he flexed. It was spreading from his wrist upward. I must have stared too long because he laughed nervously. "Wes, I should see a doctor, huh?" "Yeah," I said. "You definitely should." I radioed for a wildlife medical referral while keeping my tone calm. The whole time, he scratched at his arm, and I heard the faintest creaking sound, like wood bending under pressure. The next day, the man, his name was Tyler Hayes, from Edmonton, checked himself into Banff Mineral Springs Hospital. I visited later that evening, hoping to gather a statement for the incident report. But when I got there, the nurse wouldn't let me in. She said his condition was under review. Under review? I asked. "You mean he's stable?" She frowned. "He's not contagious, if that's what you're asking. But the doctors aren't sure what they're looking at. Dermatological, maybe. Or something else." She wouldn't elaborate. 2 days later, I got a call from a paramedic friend in town. "You're the ranger who brought in that bark guy, right?" he asked, half laughing. "Don't call him that." "Well, I don't know what else to call him. The guy's skin sample came back as wood fiber. You hear me? Wood, not skin. Lab says they're testing again." I didn't sleep that night. The wind howled through the eaves of the ranger station, and every time it hit a certain pitch, I found I heard whispering. Not from the wind exactly, but from under it. By morning, I drove back out toward Johnston Canyon. I told myself I was just verifying the site before the cultural team arrived, but that wasn't the full truth. I needed to see it again, to confirm whether I'd imagined that pulse under the bark the first time. The forest felt different now, not silent, but listening. Each step sounded swallowed, muted. Even the ground seemed softer than before. When I reached the clearing, the totem was still there, but it wasn't the same. The top carving, the human face, had changed. The mouth was wider now. The lips cracked open into something closer to a scream, and the wood around its neck, if you could call it that, had begun to split downward like a seam. Something wet gleamed inside. I took a step closer before stopping myself. The smell hit first. Not rot, not sap, but something like wet earth mixed with copper. The kind of smell that lingers on tools after digging in animal ground. Then I heard it. A sigh. Soft, almost human. the same cadence as breath leaving lungs. I froze. My rational mind searched for explanations. Wind through the wood, shifting moisture, but deep down I knew what I heard. It was alive. A sound like whispering leaves brushed the back of my neck. Though no wind stirred, I turned, scanning the tree line. The forest behind me looked the same, dense, watchful. But as I looked back at the totem, I saw movement. Not much, just enough to confirm I wasn't imagining it. The carved raven's head tilted downward, as if observing me. I backed away slowly, radio in hand. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Waverly, Unit 3A. I'm at the Johnston Canyon Extension site. We need immediate restriction on this area. Cultural artifact hazard, possible structural instability." No response. Static only. Then, quiet. Not even static. Just silence. I left the site, marking the coordinates again. By the time I reached the main trail, my throat felt raw, as if I'd been breathing smoke. When I looked down, there were fine splinters on my gloves. I hadn't touched the totem. I swear I hadn't. That evening, a message came through from Calgary's Cultural Resources Department. They were on their way. 3 members, scheduled to arrive at dawn, but they never did. The team from Calgary never made it to Johnston Canyon. By noon, we got a call from the Highway Patrol. An overturned Parks Canada SUV found near Castle Junction. 3 occupants, all deceased. The report said they'd driven straight off the shoulder, as if no one had been at the wheel. But what stayed with me was the last note, in the coroner's summary. The steering column and seatbelts appear fused with organic material resembling wood grain. I read that line over and over, fused. Organic. Wood grain. That night I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of the totem's face. The hollow eyes. The slow splitting down its middle. In the dream, I wasn't standing in front of it. I was inside it. Looking out, I could feel bark tightening around my ribs, roots threading through my skin. I woke up gasping, nails full of dirt. At dawn, I went back. I told myself it was professional duty, but maybe it was guilt. 3 people had died on their way to study something I'd found, and the least I could do was confirm it hadn't been moved, vandalized, or, God help me, grown. Fog hung low that morning, curling between trees like pale smoke. The forest floor was damp and spongy. When I reached the old clearing, I stopped cold. The totem was gone. Not fallen, not broken, gone. The soil where it had stood was marked by a deep circle. Roots split upward from the ground as though something had been pulled out from underneath. The scent of sap lingered in the air. And footprints, a dozen or more. Some deep, some faint, all bare. They led away from the clearing toward the canyon trail. I followed. Each step sank into the mud a little less, like whatever was leaving them was getting lighter as it went. Or less human. About half a kilometer down, I found the first feather, black, wide as my hand. Then another. Then a smear of bark fragments on a rock face. They looked wet like skin peeled from a wound. I stopped when I saw what was ahead. Tyler Hayes. He was standing in the middle of the trail, back turned, motionless. His clothes were torn in places, his hair matted with mud and leaves. When I called his name, he didn't move. Only when I stepped closer did I realize he was breathing. Slow, shallow, the kind of breathing that barely moved the chest. "Tyler," I said again, quieter this time. He turned. His eyes were dark, almost black. The skin, or what was left of it, had hardened into rough bark patterns along his cheeks and neck. His fingers were twisted, knotted, like the branches of young spruce. and from his forearms, where the bark was thickest, sap dripped in thin amber streams. He smiled, the same empty grin from before. "It's not so bad," he said. His voice creaked. Literally creaked like a tree shifting in wind. "What happened to you?" "They said it was sacred," he whispered. "Said the totem carried the old ones. They were sleeping. I woke them up." He lifted his hand and pointed past me, back toward the trailhead. "You should leave now, Ranger." Before I could reply, he stepped backward into the trees. No sound, no crunch of leaves, no snapping of twigs. Just gone. I reported the sighting to the district office. They dispatched a search team, but when they reached the spot I described, there was nothing. No footprints, no feathers, no sign of anyone. By evening, I was called into a briefing. My supervisor, Ranger O'Connor, listened to the whole account and finally said, "Take a week off. Quinn, you've been out there too long." I wanted to argue but didn't. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was seeing things. But the way he avoided my eyes when he told me he'd seen the photo of Tyler's arm too. He just didn't want to believe it. That night, I stayed in the Ranger bunkhouse near the base of Sulphur Mountain. It's a quiet place, mostly used by staff on rotation. The radio kept picking up static, flickering in and out like someone whispering through gravel. Around midnight, I heard it clearly. "Don't touch the totem." I sat up, radio still on the nightstand, red light blinking. The voice came again, fainter this time, and I realized it wasn't the radio. It was outside. I opened the door. The forest was still. Moonlight scattered through the mist, silvering the treetops. I stepped onto the porch, flashlight in hand. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I caught a shape between the trees. A tall, narrow silhouette. The totem. It stood about 30 feet away, half shrouded by fog. Its carved eyes glinted wetly. The human face at the top had changed again. The mouth had closed, but the lips were cracked open just enough to reveal teeth. Real teeth, yellowed and uneven. I froze. Every instinct screamed to back away, but I couldn't. My pulse thudded in my ears. Then, beneath the hush of the wind, came a deep groan. Wood bending. Something moving beneath bark. It took one step forward. I dropped the flashlight. When the beam hit the ground, I saw the lower carvings. Bear, raven, wolf, weren't carved anymore. They were what was left of them. Half formed, their bodies emerging from the trunk, fused into the wood. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the vehicle lot near the station. When I turned back, the clearing was empty again. No totem. No movement. Just the heavy stillness of Banff at night. I reported the incident, of course. Officially, it went down as a possible hallucination due to fatigue. The next morning, a team swept the area. Nothing was found. But I wasn't imagining the mud on my boots, or the splinters under my skin that didn't come from any tool I'd handled. 3 days later, the hospital called again. They'd lost Tyler Hayes. Not discharged, lost. His room was empty, window open, sap pooled beneath the sill. Security footage showed nothing. One frame, he's in the bed. The next, just bark residue where his head had been resting. I drove straight to the hospital myself. They tried to turn me away, but I flashed my credentials and went in. His room smelled faintly of pine resin. On the window ledge, I found a mark. A handprint, not of flesh, of bark pressed into the paint. Fibers splayed outward like veins. That night, I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town. Couldn't bring myself to go back to the bunkhouse. I sat on the bed with the curtains drawn, replaying every detail: the totem's breathing, Tyler's transformation, the sound of wood moving in the dark. Sometime past midnight, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something in me said to answer. Ranger Waverly. A pause. Then a whisper. Don't come looking. Tyler's voice. I froze. Where are you? I asked. Tyler, listen to me. Don't touch it again, he said. They're awake now. The old ones. I can hear them under the roots. They're not angry. They're hungry. The line went dead. I sat there for what felt like an hour, the phone still against my ear. Then I noticed the smell. Not smoke. Not rot. Sap, sweet and heavy like syrup. It was coming from the window. When I pulled the curtains aside, my throat locked. There, pressed against the glass, was a face. Wooden, hollow-eyed. Lips drawn back in a wide grin. It was Tyler, or what was left of him. His head was splitting along the grain, sap oozing down his jaw. I could see the faint ridges of carvings spreading across his forehead, shaping into the same symbols from the totem. And then, as I stood frozen, he whispered, "Inside." The word fogged the glass. I stumbled back, heart pounding, fumbling for my gun, though I knew it would do nothing. When I looked again, the face was gone. Just the smear of sap where he'd been. At dawn, I left Banff. I didn't tell anyone. Didn't file a report. The park can keep its legends and its dead trees. But even now, wherever I go, I hear it sometimes, the low groan of bending wood, the whisper that comes just before sleep. Inside, 2 weeks later, I got a call from headquarters. They wanted to re-sign me to Jasper for the winter season. Fresh air, they said. Change of scenery. But before I left, I got one final message on my office desk. No envelope, just a small object wrapped in burlap. A carving. Rough cedar wood, no taller than my hand. A human face, hollow eyes, open mouth. The tag beneath it read, "Recovered near Johnston Canyon. Artifact unclaimed." The wood was still warm. I didn't tell anyone about the carving on my desk. I should have. But after everything that had happened, I was done being the crazy ranger. I wrapped the thing in a towel, stuffed it in the back of my Jeep, and drove out of Banff before dawn. The sky over the peaks was bruised purple and gray, the kind of color that means snow isn't far off. I told myself I'd toss the carving into a river once I was past the park border. Let the current carry it away. But I didn't. Somewhere between Canmore and Jasper, I started hearing tapping from the back seat. Light at first, like a woodpecker inside a hollow log, then louder 3 knocks. Pause. 3 again. I told myself it was the toolbox shifting, maybe a branch caught in the wind. But when I checked the rearview mirror, I could see the burlap, wrapped shape moving. Just slightly. I didn't stop the car. I didn't look back. By the time I reached Jasper headquarters, the tapping had stopped. I parked behind the service building, pulled the towel out, and unwrapped it. The carving was different. The mouth had closed. The eyes, once hollow, were now carved with pupils. Human-focused, and I swear, it looked like me. I dropped it. It landed face up in the snow. Something about the air changed then. The woods around the lot went quiet. Too quiet. Even the generator hum from the maintenance shed cut out. I felt watched, like the whole forest had turned its attention to me. When I bent to pick the carving back up, there were new lines etched across its forehead. 4 symbols burned into the grain. I didn't recognize the language, but I'd seen those marks before, on the original totem. I took the carving inside and locked it in the equipment locker. I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. Some part of me believed that would only make things worse. For the next few days, I threw myself into routine. Trail inspections, visitor checks, logging firewood deliveries. Anything to keep my mind from the knocking I still heard sometimes, faintly, in the corners of rooms. Then, on the fourth night, I got a call from Ranger O'Connor back in Banff. His voice sounded tight. "Quinn, we've got a problem." "What kind?" 3 hikers went missing near Johnston Canyon again. Locals, they were camping off trail. I froze. 2 nights ago. Found their tents this morning, empty. Weirdest part, though, their clothes were still there. Just not them. And the trees around the site looked, how I don't know, wrong. Wrong how? Like they'd grown overnight. My throat went dry. "Don't let anyone touch the wood," I said. "Not even fallen branches." "What? Why?" "Just don't." I snapped. "Send photos if you can." The pictures arrived an hour later. I opened them on my laptop in the dim ranger office. The forest floor looked swollen, roots twisting up through the soil. In the middle of the frame, one tree stood apart from the rest. New. Its bark lighter than the others, the surface streaked with dark grooves. Grooves that looked like faces. I zoomed in. The grain resolved into eyes. Mouths, noses. Dozens of them, layered like growth rings. And one face at the bottom. The youngest, looking, was open-mouthed, frozen in a scream. I shut the laptop. My hands were shaking. That night, I dreamed again. Same forest, same whispering. But now there were more voices. Dozens. Hundreds, maybe. They were calling my name, stretched and warped through the sound of creaking wood. When I woke, there was dirt under my fingernails, and my pillow smelled faintly of pine. The next morning, I checked the equipment locker. The carving was gone. The padlock wasn't broken. It was grown through. The metal loop encased in bark that had pushed up from the wood beneath. I radioed headquarters, but the line only hissed back static. That's when I heard the knock again. 3 beats. Silence. 3 more. From the ceiling this time. I tilted the flashlight upward. The sound came from inside the rafters, where the beams met the roof. The wood there was dark, damp, looking. When I climbed the desk and touched it, the surface was warm. And moving, it pulsed. Something was inside. I staggered back as the boards split open, scattering dust. A thick root pushed through, slow but deliberate, curling downward like a snake. Sap dripped from it, hitting the floor with the sound of rain. Then, as I watched, the end of the root unfolded, revealing a human hand. Bark-skinned, twisted, fingernails like blackened wood. The voice came next, muffled, from inside the roof itself. Inside, I ran. Outside, the snow was falling heavy, thick enough to muffle sound. The forest edge was barely visible through the storm, but I could make out movement between the trees. Dark figures swaying, bending. Not wind, not animals. I drove without thinking. South, toward Banff, toward the canyon, because that's where it had started, and part of me, maybe the last rational part, believed that ending it meant going back. The roads were slick, barely plowed. My headlights caught shapes along the ditch's tree, trunks where no trees should be, some bent as if craning toward the road. Each time I passed, I felt the weight of eyes on me. By dawn, I reached the trailhead. The place was unrecognizable. The forest had crept closer, thick with new growth. The gate I'd closed weeks ago was gone, swallowed by roots. I grabbed my flashlight, and the small canister of accelerant from the Jeep. Fire seemed like the only option left. The old path to the clearing had vanished, under the tangle of vines and cedar saplings. But somehow, my body remembered the way. Each turn felt familiar, inevitable. When I broke through to the clearing, I stopped. The totem had returned. Only now, it wasn't a single trunk. It was many, a circle of smaller totems surrounding the original, each one carved in the same style. But these weren't carvings. They were people. Tyler Hayes was among them. His face emerged from the wood, eyes half open, lips cracked but still forming that same faint grin. The others I didn't recognize, but their features were human. Twisted, bark, laced, preserved mid-scream. At the center stood the original totem. Split open now, hollowed like a ribcage. Inside the cavity, the wood glowed faintly amber, pulsing with light. Breathing. The whisper rose from all around me. Not one voice, but hundreds, layered together. Join us. I lifted the accelerant. My hand shook, but I managed to pour it around the base. The scent of chemicals mixed with the forest's damp sweetness. I struck the flare. The light burned red in my hand. For a second, I hesitated. Every ranger instinct screamed against it. But then I remembered the faces. The tapping. The way my name had sounded in their voices. I threw the flare. Flames raced along the base, licking upward. The wood crackled, sap hissing like steam. The faces twisted, mouths opening wider as smoke poured from their throats. I stumbled back, coughing, half blind in the heat. Then something moved inside the totem. A shape pressed against the inner wall, large, shifting, clawing upward. The bark split, and for one frozen heartbeat I saw an eye staring through the crack. Not human. Too wide. Too old, it screamed. The sound wasn't loud. It was deep, the kind that shudders through your bones. The flames collapsed inward, swallowing the clearing in a storm of sparks. I ran until the heat on my back vanished, and the snow swallowed the smoke. By the time I reached the trailhead, the forest behind me was burning silently. No crackle, no sound, just fire moving in patterns like breath. I don't remember driving back. I must have. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in the parking lot of the Jasper station again, my clothes smelling of ash. They found nothing at Johnston Canyon the next day. No clearing, no fire, no totem. The entire area looked untouched. But the search team reported something strange. The trees near the trailhead were sprouting new growth, even in the cold. Thin saplings, perfectly straight, spaced evenly like sentinels. They called it a regeneration anomaly. I call it something else. That night, I went to the locker room, pulled the old towel from the Jeep, and unwrapped it one last time. The carving was back inside, untouched, but the face wasn't mine anymore. It was Tyler's, and underneath it, carved into the base, were 4 words. We are not wood. I stared at it for a long time before realizing what it meant. The totem hadn't been turning people into trees. It had been using them, vessels to grow through, like soil. It wasn't punishment. It was reproduction. I buried the carving that night on the edge of Pyramid Lake, deep in the snow where no one would find it. But sometimes, when I patrol near the water, I hear tapping under the ice. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. I know what it's saying now. It's not a warning. It's a promise. Inside. And if you ever hike through Banff and find an old cedar carving standing alone, don't take a picture. Don't even look too long. Because it's watching you back, waiting for skin to remember the shape of bark. And whatever you do, don't touch the totem. My name is James Cruz, and I have been a park ranger at Death Valley National Park for nearly 11 years. It's a place that humbles you fast. A land that doesn't care if you're trained, prepared, or foolish. The desert teaches in silence and punishes loudly. Most visitors come expecting endless dunes, salt flats, and heat hallucinations. They rarely understand that Death Valley keeps secrets deeper than any canyon or cave. What I saw out there, about 15 miles northeast of Furnace Creek, isn't something I can explain. I can only tell you what happened, and you can decide whether to believe me. That morning had started like any other. My shift began before sunrise to avoid the worst heat. It was late May, and the valley was already pushing triple digits by 8 a.m. The wind was still, the air metallic. You could almost taste the salt on your tongue. I'd been assigned to check several remote areas where hikers had reported anomalies. On their GPS seen strange dips in elevation, spots that blinked in and out of mapping software. Usually, these were just technical glitches, mirages, or shifting sand dunes confusing the satellites. I drove the service jeep as far as the path allowed, then continued on foot with my pack. Water, a flare, a radio, and the usual first aid kit. The area stretched before me in gold and bone white ripples. No trails, no life. Just wind, carved ridges and heat, shimmer mirages that looked like ghosts of lakes. Around midday, I reached a small ridge I hadn't seen marked before. It wasn't high, maybe 20 feet, but something about the shape caught my eye. The slope on one side looked too straight, like it had been cut. I climbed to the top and looked down the other side. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was an illusion, a trick of light and shadow. But as I moved closer, the shape held steady, a staircase. It was made of stone, pale as bone, half buried in the sand. There were maybe a dozen visible steps, the upper half covered in drifting dunes. Each stair was wide, smooth, and carved with faint markings. Not modern letters, not quite symbols either. They looked ancient, worn by centuries of wind, yet not eroded like the surrounding rock. The desert has ruins, sure. Old mining shafts, collapsed structures, even petroglyphs. But this wasn't that. It didn't belong to anything else. Just a staircase leading downward into nowhere. I took a photo with my Ranger-issued camera. When I checked the screen, it came out blank white. No image. I frowned and tried again. Still blank. I tested it on my boots and the dunes. Those pictures came out fine. Only the staircase refused to appear. That should have been my cue to leave. But curiosity is a cruel thing. I told myself I'd go down just a few steps. Enough to note the structure for the geological survey. Maybe it was a collapsed vent, a natural formation that just looked man-made. That's what I kept repeating to justify the chill crawling up my neck. I brushed the sand from the top step and stepped down. The temperature dropped immediately, not by a few degrees. It felt like I'd walked into a cave. My breath came out in little white puffs, which was impossible in that heat. I went down one step, then another, 7 in total. The deeper I went, the quieter the world became. The wind stopped, even the static hum of the desert. That low, almost imperceptible vibration you only notice when it disappears, went silent. At the 7th step, the sand below gave way into darkness. I couldn't see the bottom. I knelt, running my hand along the stone. It felt cold and damp, like the inside of a cellar. There was no reason for moisture out here. I leaned in slightly, trying to see further down. And then, for a split second, I saw something move. It was faint, a shape, or a shimmer, or maybe just the pulse in my own vision. It looked like a ripple in the air, descending deeper into the dark. The smell hit next, not rot, but something metallic, like rain on hot iron. My body reacted before my mind did. I stood up and turned back toward the surface. I climbed the 7 steps quickly, heart pounding. When I emerged, the light nearly blinded me. The sun was lower, much lower, in the sky. I blinked hard, thinking I'd misjudged the angle. But when I checked my watch, the numbers froze me in place. It read 7:13 p.m. I had gone down those steps around 1 p.m. I had been gone 6 hours. Only I hadn't. I didn't feel dehydrated. My canteen was still mostly full. My shadow had stretched across the sand, long and thin like a finger pointing back toward Furnace Creek. I radioed the station immediately. There was static at first, then a voice broke through. Dispatch. They'd been trying to reach me for hours. They said I'd missed 2 check-ins, and my GPS signal had vanished for most of the afternoon. I gave them my coordinates and said I was fine, just disoriented. I didn't mention the stairs. Not yet. As I spoke, I looked back toward where they had been. They were gone. The ridge was smooth again, the sand unbroken. No sign of stone or shadow. Even the footprint trail I'd left approaching it looked scattered, erased by wind I couldn't feel. Something inside me went cold in a different way. Not fear exactly, more like recognition. I'd heard stories from other rangers, the kind you trade during long night shifts, about stairs found in places they shouldn't be. Always the same warning attached. Don't climb them, don't descend them, don't even look too long. Some say they're remnants of old mines. Others think they're psychological traps, mirages that mess with time perception. But none of those explanations fit what I'd just experienced. When I got back to my Jeep, twilight had fallen. I turned the engine and felt the familiar hum beneath my hands, grounding me. I took one last glance at the horizon, a red bruise fading into violet. My body still felt wrong, my limbs heavy, like gravity had shifted slightly. I made it to the ranger station just after 9. The night crew looked relieved, though one of them, Rick, stared at me strangely. He said I looked pale, almost dusted and gray. I told him it was just the sand. Back in the locker room, I checked the mirror. He was right. My skin had a faint gray tint, like ash under the surface. My reflection seemed delayed by half a blink. When I raised my hand, it hesitated a fraction before following. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the steps, not the ones I'd climbed, but new ones, branching downward in impossible directions. I woke up gasping, with the taste of iron on my tongue. The next morning, I returned to the spot. Couldn't help myself. I followed the same GPS trail, though the desert had shifted overnight. The ridge was still there, but the surface was smooth. I paced the area for an hour, marking coordinates, digging shallow test holes. Nothing. Then, just as I was about to give up, I noticed something glinting under the sand. Faint, metallic. I brushed it off. It was my ranger badge, the same one I was still wearing on my chest. The edges were scratched. The metal dulled like it had been buried for years. My name, J. Shiryuzi, was etched faintly, almost erased. The wind picked up suddenly, swirling the sand into a low hiss. I swear I heard a whisper in it, distant but clear. 7. That was when I realized the steps hadn't disappeared. They'd only moved. Sleep became a suggestion after that day. I lay awake in my quarters, the desert air pressing in through the cracked window. Every sound. Wind, grit against glass. The hum of the AC. Carried a faint rhythm, like steps moving just out of sync with mine. When I closed my eyes, I'd see sand spilling down those pails, air swallowing everything below. By morning, I convinced myself I had to document it properly. If I could collect hard data, photos, GPS logs, samples, then maybe it would make sense. That's how rangers keep from going crazy out here. Measure, record, report. You give the strange a name and hope it obeys. I checked out a camera from the station's evidence locker, along with a drone and thermal scope. Rick raised an eyebrow. "You heading back out that way?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Some geological shift I want to check before it gets covered." He gave a dry laugh. "Everything out there gets covered. That's the desert's one job." He wasn't wrong. But something about the way he said it, the small edge of caution, stayed with me. I drove out before sunrise, heading north from Furnace Creek along a maintenance trail. The air shimmered silver in the early light. By the time I reached the ridge, the sun was fully up, a white coin pinned in the sky. The coordinates matched yesterday's exactly, but the landscape didn't. The ridge was smaller, more rounded, and a thin salt crust veined through the sand. I unpacked the drone and sent it up, scanning in slow spirals. The feed showed nothing but dunes, shadows, and distant flats. No sign of a structure, until something flickered near the bottom edge of the screen. For a split second, maybe less, the camera caught a pattern of straight lines beneath the sand. Angled, geometric, like steps half revealed before the feed stuttered and cleared. I locked onto the coordinates and started walking. The sand felt softer there, fine as powder. Each step sank deeper than it should have. I knelt, brushing aside a layer with my glove, and froze. There it was again, the top edge of a stair. The same pale stone, smooth and cold even in the sun. Only this time it wasn't leading down. It was rising. The staircase now climbed upward, emerging from the desert at a steep incline like a half-buried spine. 7 visible steps, perfectly formed, pointing toward the empty sky. My breath caught. The air around it shimmered faintly, heat mirage or something else. I raised the camera and took a shot. Again, the photo came out blank white. I felt that same drop in temperature as before. A thin ring of cold surrounded the stairs, invisible but absolute. I reached out, my hand hovering an inch from the stone. The moment my fingers crossed that invisible line, the world dulled. Sound, wind, everything. Until all I heard was my own pulse. Something was whispering beneath it. Not a voice I could make out, just a low vibration, like an echo played backward. I stepped back fast, heart hammering. The cold faded instantly. The world rushed back in. I radioed the station again, this time to request another ranger for verification. No response. The static roared so loud it hurt my ears. I tried again. Nothing. Then, through the noise, a voice cut in. Faint, distant, mechanical. 7. It sounded like my own voice. I dropped the radio. I don't remember leaving that area. Just I was suddenly back at the Jeep with sand in my pockets and under my nails. My throat felt raw, like I'd been breathing dust for hours. The sun was high overhead, maybe noon. But when I checked my watch, it showed 6:13 p.m. 6 hours gone again. I drove back slower this time, my head pounding. The road wavered with heat mirages, and for a moment I swore I saw figures walking far out across the dunes. Silhouettes, all in a line, descending into the sand. I blinked and they were gone. At the station, I locked myself in the data room to review the drone footage. Most of it was static. But around the 15-minute mark, a shape appeared on the thermal scan. It was me, standing at the staircase. Only, in the thermal image, there was another figure beside me. Colder, darker. It stood where the first stair met the sand facing me. The shape didn't move, but the heat signature around it warped, like it was pulling energy inward. Then, in one frame, the figure reached toward me. Its hand, or what looked like one, brushed my shoulder. The next frame went white. I sat there a long time, the hum of the computer fan filling the silence. The rational part of me tried to line up explanations. Lens flare, data corruption, double exposure. But my body already knew what my mind refused to accept. Something down there had noticed me. That night, I filed an incident report under geological anomaly, leaving out anything about lost time or the figure. I mentioned severe thermal interference and possible magnetic disturbance. It was enough to justify a restricted zone, which meant fewer curious hikers stumbling into it. But even as I wrote, I felt watched. Every reflective surface in the room, my monitor, the metal of my thermos, the window seemed to carry a faint distortion, a shimmer just beyond the edge of focus. I stopped drinking coffee that week because the ripples in the cup never matched my movements. 3 days later, Rick called me into the garage. "You've been hearing this?" he asked, pointing to the service radio. It was crackling faintly, low but rhythmic. He turned the volume up. The static wasn't random. It came in patterns. Short, long, like Morse code. But when we replayed the recording later, it wasn't code. It was a loop of a single word, repeated 7 times. He looked at me strangely, like he was expecting me to joke about it. I didn't. That night I dreamed of stairs. Hundreds of them, spiraling downward into darkness. Sand poured from the ceiling like rain. At the bottom was something vast and shifting, its outline made of moving dunes. It spoke without sound. "You left something behind." I woke with grit in my mouth. When I checked my uniform hanging by the door, the badge was gone. Not the one I'd found buried. The one I'd been wearing. I drove back out before sunrise, not even checking out the vehicle properly. I told myself it was to find my badge, to close whatever strange loop I'd opened. But underneath that, I think I already knew. The desert doesn't lose things. It keeps them until they're changed. The drive felt shorter this time, though I barely remember it. The horizon blurred into an unbroken expanse of white, gold. When I reached the ridge, the air was dead still. No sound, no heat shimmer. Just quiet. The stairs were there again. But now they weren't buried. They stood completely exposed. A full flight of 13 steps leading down into a black opening in the sand. It wasn't an illusion. The air inside that opening swallowed the light, as if the sun couldn't reach it. Something about it drew me forward. The first step felt solid, cold. My hand brushed the stone and it pulsed faintly beneath my palm, like a heartbeat. I heard that same whisper again, the one I couldn't decipher before, but now it almost formed words. Not English, not any language I knew, but it understood me. My watch ticked twice, then froze. 7 steps down. The cold deepened. My breath fogged. I could see my reflection on the stone walls. Faint, flickering, like light underwater. Each reflection lagged behind me by a few seconds. I turned back toward the desert, meaning to climb out. The sky was gone. It had been replaced by a dome of shifting sand, moving like a living surface above me. The light was dim, diffuse. Everything shimmered, as though seen through heat waves underwater. Something was waiting at the bottom of those stairs. I couldn't see it yet, but I felt it. Ancient, patient, aware. I wanted to scream, but the air pressed down heavy and thick. I took one more step down, then another. The whispers grew louder. Then, clear as breath in my ear, came a voice. Not male, not female, but old. You've already been here. The ground trembled. A deep vibration ran through the stairs, up through my bones. I stumbled back, clawing at the steps, trying to reach the surface. My vision blurred white, and for a moment I saw countless staircases branching in every direction. Some climbing into the clouds, others diving into the earth. Figures moved along them, gray and featureless, all climbing, descending, never stopping. When I finally broke through the surface, the desert was still. The sun hung high again, motionless. My badge lay at my feet, half buried in the sand. I picked it up. The metal burned cold. The engraving had changed. It no longer read J. Shirazi, it read Savin. I didn't go back to the station right away. Couldn't. The desert around me felt hollowed out, like a replica of itself. The dunes looked the same, the ridges familiar, but there was something off about the light. Flatter, quieter, as if the air itself had forgotten to move. When I finally did start driving, the Jeep's tires barely left prints. The road markers were wrong too, bent at angles that shouldn't exist. By the time I reached Furnace Creek, the sun hadn't shifted an inch. It was still high, white and unmoving. The world had stopped breathing. I parked and stumbled inside the ranger station. It was empty. Lights on, radios crackling faintly, but no one there. The coffee in the pot was steaming like it had just been poured. Rick's hat hung on the wall. The clock above the desk read 11:07. I blinked and checked my watch. 11:07 exactly. Neither moved. That's when I started to realize I hadn't come back at all. Something followed me out of those stairs, or maybe I never left them. I tried the phone. I called out, my voice echoing too long in the small space, like the sound was searching for walls that weren't there. When I looked through the window, the landscape beyond shimmered, dunes stretching endlessly, but rippling in slow, steady rhythm, as if breathing beneath the surface. I closed my eyes and forced myself to breathe, counting each inhale like an anchor. The metal of my badge, still reading Estheum, burned cold against my chest. I told myself to record everything. Documentation meant control. So I grabbed my field journal and started writing. 11:15, no movement of time. 11:15, no sound outside. 11:15, can't tell if I'm hungry. 11:15, shadow in the hallway moved when I didn't. When I looked back down at the page, the ink had bled slightly, like the letters were sinking through the paper. A drop of moisture landed on the page. Another. I looked up. Sand was trickling from the ceiling vent. I stepped back as more poured out, a steady stream piling on the floor. Then the radio snapped to life, mid-static, a hollow voice layered with my own tone underneath. Down. 7 down, 1 returned. I froze. "Who is this?" I said. The voice answered, perfectly calm. "You left it open." A sound followed, faint, rhythmic, like footsteps on stone. Coming closer. The hallway darkened. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. But the air had changed, colder, thicker. And I could see something forming at the end of the corridor. At first it looked like heat shimmer, but inverted. Cold instead of hot. A distortion in the shape of a person, gray and featureless, standing perfectly still. Its outline rippled slightly, like light refracted through glass. It tilted its head. Then it started walking toward me. Each step echoed like it was climbing stairs. Not on the floor. Above me, beneath me, I couldn't tell. I backed into the office, heart hammering. The walls were breathing now, expanding slightly with every sound. The thing stopped at the doorway. It didn't cross the threshold. Its head tilted again, and when it spoke, the voice came from everywhere. You went 7 down. I swallowed hard. What are you? Its form flickered, and I saw flashes of faces. Mine, Rick's, strangers, all sliding across its surface like reflections on rippling water. Keeper, it said. Counter. It lifted one hand and the air shifted. Behind it, the wall dissolved into sand. Through that window of grit and light, I saw the staircase again, stretching down into the desert. Only this time, others were on it. Dozens of figures walking up and down in silence. Some of them wore uniforms like mine. What happens if I go back? I whispered. The figure's head turned, slow as gravity. You finished the count. Then it was gone. The hallway was empty again, except for the faint pattern of steps pressed into the dust. 7 descending toward the door. I don't remember leaving the station, only standing once more in the open desert. The wind had returned, carrying the hiss of moving dunes. The sky was wrong again. Neither day nor night, a flat, gray twilight with no visible sun. The stairs waited ahead, half buried, half exposed. This time, they pulsed faintly with light from beneath, like a heartbeat deep underground. I felt the cold before I even touched the first step. My hands trembled, but my body moved anyway, like something inside me had already decided. 1 step down, the wind died. 2, the air thickened, heavy with salt. 3, silence pressed against my ears. 4, whispers began, not words, but memory. I heard my name, my mother's voice, laughter from somewhere behind me. 5, the stone felt soft under my boots, like skin. 6, I saw movement below, shapes spiraling endlessly. 7, the world turned inside out. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then I was standing in an open expanse. No stairs, no sky, just shifting sand underfoot that glowed faintly from within. The air vibrated, humming low like a note struck on an unseen instrument. In the distance, I saw the others. Figures walking in lines, up invisible paths, down into the ground, some looping endlessly in circles. Every few steps, one of them looked up, their faces blank, erased. I started walking toward them, but the sand rippled with each step, forming faint stair patterns that dissolved as soon as I moved. The whispers gathered into a single voice. You counted 7, it said. But you never looked back. I turned, and there they were. 7 versions of myself. Each stood on a different stair rising out of the ground, frozen mid-step. Their eyes were open but hollow, and every one of them moved a fraction out of sync, like frames in a film reel. I felt my knees weaken. My mind screamed to wake, to run, to breathe. But none of it worked. One of the other James, the one closest to me, blinked, then smiled. You were supposed to stop, he said. You didn't. He reached toward me. His hand brushed my arm, and the world fractured. Light, sand, sound, folding into itself. When I opened my eyes, I was back at the ridge, the desert normal again. Wind blowing, sun beating down. My radio crackled to life. Rick's voice, shaky but real. Cruz, you copy. We've been looking for you since yesterday, man. Are you okay? Yesterday? I swallowed hard. I said. My voice sounded thin. "Yeah, I'm here." He sighed with relief. "Don't move. I've got a team on the way. Just stay put, all right?" I looked down. My boots were half buried in sand. Behind me, the faint imprint of steps. 7 descending, already filling in. "Sure," I said. "I'll stay." When they found me, I was standing exactly where I'd first discovered the stairs. No trace of stone, no signs of disturbance. The sun was setting, painting the valley red. Rick kept talking, asking what happened, but I barely heard him. My eyes were fixed on the horizon, where I thought I saw motion. A pale shape flickering at the edge of sight, stepping slowly up from the sand. They brought me in for debrief. Standard missing ranger procedure. 6 hours unaccounted for again. They said heat stroke, dehydration, hallucination. I nodded at all the right moments, signed all the right papers. But that night, in my quarters, the sand started pouring from the vent again. Just a few grains at first, then more. I brushed it into my hand and felt the texture. Fine, cold, almost wet. When I looked closer, I realized it wasn't sand at all. It was ash. I haven't left the valley since. I don't think I can. Every direction I drive, the dunes stretch farther. Every horizon folds back into itself. I've watched the same sun rise 3 times without moving an inch. The stairs are always somewhere close now. I see the top edge glinting just before dark, half hidden in the sand, waiting. Sometimes I hear footsteps beneath the ground at night. 7 of them. Always 7. And once, while cleaning the mirror above my sink, I caught sight of something behind my reflection. Not a figure, exactly. More like a stairway, spiraling down where my shadow should be. It's getting closer each time I look. If anyone finds this journal, don't come looking. Don't try to find the ridge. Don't search for the stairs. They'll find you. Because that's what they do. They wait for someone curious enough to count to 7. And when you do, when you step down and the desert breathes around you, you'll understand the truth I can't say aloud. The stairs don't go into the sand. They come out of it. My name is Marin Ross, and I have served as a park ranger and glaciology liaison for the National Park Service in Alaska for the past 9 years. Most of that time has been spent in Glacier National Park, where the air smells of salt and pine, and the world feels like it's still being born. Mountains shifting, ice cracking, water carving new paths every season. People imagine Glacier Bay as pristine, silent, frozen in time. They're right about the beauty. They're wrong about the silence. The ice here never stops speaking. It groans, sighs, and shatters. The language of an ancient, restless thing. You start to hear it even when you're off duty. In your sleep. Inside your teeth. Our station was small. 3 rangers and a rotating team of scientists who came up each year for climate data collection. That spring, I worked closely with a glaciologist named Hale, a quiet man with the kind of calm that only comes from decades around danger. He'd been studying the melt rate of the Johns Hopkins Glacier, one of the most active tidewater glaciers in the park. We were drilling deep ice cores, cylinders of compacted snow and ice that trapped air bubbles, pollen, volcanic ash, and the ghost of climates long past. Each layer was like a page from Earth's diary. Most cores were about 20 meters deep. But that year, Hale wanted more, 40 meters, maybe deeper. He said there were unusual density readings far below the surface. Something about a density anomaly. an old term meaning the ice wasn't behaving as expected. The way he said it, though, didn't sound like curiosity. It sounded like unease. I remember the day we drilled the deepest core, March 18th. The wind was biting, strong enough to make the flags snap like whips. The glacier stretched out around us, endless white plains meeting turquoise cliffs of ice. We set up our rig near a pressure ridge that jutted upward like the spine of a frozen beast. The drill whined for hours, a hollow scream against the wind. When the core finally came up, it was perfect, smooth, pale blue, about 6 inches in diameter, 8 feet long, segmented in sections for storage. I remember Hale brushing his gloved fingers across it and whispering, "That's older than anything we've ever pulled here." He smiled faintly, but his eyes didn't. We logged the samples, marked them for controlled thaw, and transported them back to our field lab, a heated outpost about 15 miles from Bartlett Cove. Inside, the core samples were stored in clear tubes and placed into temperature-regulated chambers, where they'd later be slowly warmed for analysis. That night, I stayed behind for lab maintenance. Hale and the others were off to the bunkhouse, and I wanted to check some readings before heading in. The wind outside was fading. The silence inside the lab was thick, broken only by the hum of generators and the faint ticking of the heater. Then came the sound. At first, I thought it was a crack, a common noise, ice expanding as it adjusts to temperature. But the pitch was wrong. It was rhythmic, too deliberate, a low, wavering hum that rose and fell in intervals. I followed it to the storage chamber, where the cores were thawing. The sound was faint but unmistakable. It was coming from the deepest core, the one labeled GB194. The faint vibration of the plastic tube matched the pulse of the noise, like something was alive inside the ice. I leaned close, pressing my ear against the tube. The hum deepened, layering into overlapping tones. It wasn't random. It was structured, like a choir of distant voices muffled through water and time. I jerked back. My breath fogged against the tube, and for an instant, I thought I saw movement. Shadows swirling under the frozen surface, faint as smoke. I blinked, and they were gone. I turned off the heater in that section, dropped the temperature back to freezing, and backed out of the room. I told myself it was a pressure echo, the core releasing built-up gas as it thawed. Logical, scientific. But the sound didn't stop when the temperature fell. That night, sleep didn't come easy. I kept replaying the hum in my head, trying to map it into something human. A pattern, a code. Maybe it was a low-frequency resonance caused by the equipment. Maybe I was overtired. But around 3 a.m., as I drifted towards sleep, I heard the same tone through the walls. Faint, mournful, calling from the lab outside. The next morning, I brought it up to Hale. He was making coffee, flipping through the data logs with his usual detachment. "The deep core," I said. "It's making noise." He looked up, eyebrow raised. Noise, like a voice. Multiple voices, actually. Almost like chanting. He studied me for a long moment before replying. "Pressure release, maybe. The deeper cores trap gas. So, methane. When it warms, it escapes and resonates. Perfectly normal." His tone was clinical. Too quick, like he'd rehearsed it. Still, he added after a pause, "I'll check it myself." But he didn't. Not that day. Not the next. By the end of the week, the hum was louder. Everyone could hear it now. The scientists called it the resonance. Some joked that we'd discovered the singing ice. Hail banned further thawing of GB 19.4 until we could re-examine the composition. But the core kept warming on its own. Temperature logs showed a slow, steady rise. 2 degrees above baseline, then 3, then 4. Even though the chamber was sealed and cooled, we rechecked the thermostat, the sensors, the power line. Everything worked fine. The ice was heating itself. One night, while Hale was away transmitting data, I sat in the lab alone, unable to resist. I turned on the recorder and placed it beside the core. The hum filled the air immediately, low, droning harmonic. Then, beneath it, syllables began to take form. Not English, not any language I recognized, but the cadence was unmistakable. Words, a chant. I listened until my skin prickled. The tones rose higher, merged, then broke into whispering echoes. I felt the air thicken, heavy with static. My vision wavered for a second, like the light around the core bent inward, warping the edges of the room. Then it stopped. Dead silent. The next moment, the generator cut out. The lights flickered once and died. The sudden darkness felt enormous, the kind that presses against you. Breathing. I fumbled for my flashlight and found the beam shaking in my hand. And that's when I saw it. The ice inside the tube was cracking from the inside out. Long, branching fractures that glowed faintly blue, like veins of light. Something behind the frost shifted, slow and sinuous, just beyond shape. I ran. By the time I got outside, the wind had picked up again, screaming over the ridge. The power returned 10 minutes later, and when I went back inside, the light in the ice was gone. The core looked untouched. I didn't tell Hale about the movement, just that the hum had stopped. He seemed relieved, too relieved. Later that night, I played back my recording. It started fine, static, hum, vibration. Then, about 2 minutes in, the background dropped into complete silence. Not a malfunction, an absence, total void. Then a single whisper, almost too faint to hear, said my name. Marin. I stopped the tape and stared at it for a long time. My name hadn't been spoken aloud in the lab. I had been alone. The next morning, Hale came into the lab earlier than usual. He didn't meet my eyes. When I asked what was wrong, he said something strange. "Don't touch that core again," he said quietly. "It's not just air in there." "What do you mean?" I asked. He hesitated, then said, "There are layers of ice that predate the last glacial period. Ice from before recorded history, before people, before words. If sound could be trapped, imagine what else could." I thought he was joking, but his voice never wavered. That afternoon, we sealed GB 19.4 inside a reinforced containment tube and moved it into the freezer unit. The hum had stopped entirely, but the temperature still rose. When Hale ran a gas analysis the following day, he found organic compounds in the meltwater, not just air bubbles or dust. Hemoglobin traces, proteins, something once living. He didn't tell the rest of the team. He just sat there staring at the readout, whispering, "It shouldn't be possible." That night, the whispering returned. Not from the lab this time, from the ice outside, the glacier itself. It started as a murmur rolling across the valley, too faint to place. Then it grew, swelling into the same deep rhythm as before. The entire glacier seemed to breathe in sync with it, ice flexing, cracking, shifting under unseen weight. I went to the door of the lab and opened it just a crack. The wind carried the sound down from the ridge, echoing through the frozen expanse. It wasn't a storm. It wasn't the ice. It was voices, thousands of them, chanting from beneath the glacier. And beneath that chorus, One voice, soft, clear, familiar, whispered my name again. Marin. The whispering lasted all night. I didn't sleep. None of us did. The glacier itself seemed to pulse beneath our station, like a living thing turning in its sleep. When dawn finally came, the world outside was perfectly still. No wind, no movement. Just that unsettling quiet after a storm, when everything feels like it's listening. Dr. Hale was already in the lab when I came in. He hadn't changed clothes. His face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly when he handed me a printout of temperature data. "Look at this," he said. The readings showed the deep core, GB 19.4, had climbed to nearly 12 degrees Celsius overnight, far above any environmental fluctuation. Yet the outer chamber had stayed frozen solid. "It's generating heat," I said, hearing how absurd it sounded. Hale nodded slowly. "Or releasing it." He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. I knew that look. I'd seen it before in scientists who realized they'd discovered something they couldn't explain. The moment wonder curdles into fear. We isolated the core in a containment tank and added an external coolant system to force the temperature back down. But no matter how much we adjusted, the reading refused to drop below 10 degrees. By midday, steam began to form inside the tube. That shouldn't happen. Ice doesn't sublimate like that without direct heat. The frost on the tube's surface melted away, revealing the interior clearly for the first time since we drilled it. That's when we saw it. Inside the ice, faint but undeniable, was a shape. Something dark, embedded deep within the translucent blue. Not a rock, not a bubble. More like a human outline, twisted in the layers, distorted by centuries of compression. Could be a trick of the ice, I said, but even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Hale just stared. Then, very quietly, "No, that's organic." He moved closer, breath fogging the surface, eyes scanning every contour. "We're looking at preserved tissue," he whispered. "Frozen before the last glacial cycle. Tens of thousands of years old." He said it with awe, but I could see panic in his reflection. When he finally stepped back, he ordered everyone out of the lab except me. We shut off all cameras and data transmissions. Officially, the day's logs would report an anomaly in core stability. Unofficially, Hale looked like a man preparing to break a rule he'd lived by his entire career. He waited until the others were gone before turning to me. "We're going to melt it down further," he said. I hesitated. "That's not protocol." He gave a wary half-smile. "Neither is finding a human form 20 meters beneath prehistoric ice." We increased the chamber temperature by small increments, watching as layers of frost peeled back like translucent skin. The chanting, the resonance, began again. This time, it was stronger. The sound came not from the speakers, not from the room, but from the water itself. As the ice melted, the condensation along the drain pipe vibrated like the surface of a struck drum. I felt the noise more than heard it. Deep in my sternum, in the bones of my jaw, a chorus of tones folding into one another, low and melodic, like an ancient ritual sung underwater. Then words began to form. Slow, rhythmic, foreign. Hale gripped the table so tightly his knuckles whitened. "That's structured language," he said under his breath. The voice, if you could call it that, rose higher, fracturing into harmony. It wasn't mechanical. It wasn't feedback. It was deliberate. And through it, something pressed against the inner wall of the ice, the faint suggestion of a hand. I took a step back. stop the thaw. But Hale didn't move. He was transfixed. This is history, Marin. We're listening to something older than civilization. The ice cracked sharply. A deep, wet sound that echoed through the lab. A fissure raced up the tube, splitting across the shape within. For a second, I thought I saw eyes behind the frost, faintly luminescent, open and aware. The chant stopped. Everything went still. Hale reached for the emergency latch to reseal the chamber, but before he could, the tube burst. Meltwater exploded across the floor, freezing almost instantly in jagged patterns. The noise that followed wasn't a sound. It was pressure. A pulse of air that dropped the temperature in the room by 10 degrees in seconds. Then silence. When the mist cleared, the tube lay shattered, the core gone. We both stood frozen, staring at the empty space. My ears rang. My breath crystallized midair. Hale moved first, crouching beside the fragments. The puddle at our feet was still steaming faintly, though it was below freezing in the lab. Something in the water caught my eye. I leaned down. Symbols, tiny, delicate shapes etched in frost, spreading outward from the spill like veins. They weren't random. They looked written. Hale whispered, "It's a script." Then, quieter, "It's still changing." We backed away as the symbols kept forming, spiraling outward like frost blooming in time lapse. The patterns converged into circles, overlapping until they resembled faces. Hollow-eyed, open-mouthed, screaming in silence. I turned off the lights, hoping it would stop, but in the dark the symbols glowed faintly blue, as if lit from within the floor. That's when I realized the sound hadn't stopped at all. It had just moved. Beneath us, a vibration rolled through the foundation, soft but steady, like something shifting in the ice below. Then a faint trickle of water, meltwater, began to seep from the cracks in the floor. We sealed the lab and evacuated the team to the main station. Hale stayed behind, claiming he needed one more sample. I didn't argue. I just needed distance. Outside, the sky was an endless gray lid over the glacier. No birds, no wind. Even the ocean below Bartlett Cove had gone flat, like glass. I could still feel the vibration in my boots. By the time Hale radioed for me 2 hours later, his voice was thin and static-laced. "You should see this," he said. "Bring the camera." When I returned to the lab, the air was humid, unnaturally warm. The condensation on the windows ran in rivulets, distorting the view of the snow outside. Hale stood over the sample table, pale and shaking. He'd taken a swab from the meltwater and examined it under the microscope. When I looked through the lens, my stomach turned. The fluid wasn't inert. Filaments, cell structures, were moving. Slowly but undeniably. "These cells are viable," he said hoarsely. "After 30,000 years, they're still alive." The chanting began again. Faint, but everywhere. It came from the walls, from the melting ice around the windows, from the water dripping into the drain. "Shut it down," I said. "All of it." He didn't respond. He just whispered. We woke something up. I killed the power to the lab. The hum stopped instantly. The silence that followed was worse, vast and heavy. Then came the knock. 1, 2, 3. It came from the floor. Slow, deliberate, hollow. The sound of something moving under the ice, directly below us. Hale's face drained of color. He stumbled back, pressing his palm against the wall for balance. "It's following the resonance," he whispered. "The sound is a guide, a summoning." The knocking grew louder, more insistent. Cracks spread along the foundation. Thin spiderwebs at first, then widening. Leaking water. The entire lab groaned as if under pressure from beneath. We fled. Outside, the glacier looked wrong. The ground shimmered faintly. Mist curling up from seams in the ice. The air smelled metallic, sharp. I could hear the hum again. But now it wasn't coming from the lab. It was coming from everywhere. From the ridges, the crevices, the frozen cliffs. It was the same chant, but multiplied 1,000-fold, echoing through the bay like a buried choir. Back at the station, we barricaded the doors and watched from the window as the glacier cracked open in the distance. Steam poured from the fissures, rising into the gray sky like breath. The radio was dead. The satellite link too. The world outside seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the chant. By nightfall, the mist had reached the station. Thick, glowing faintly blue, humming like the deep note of a cello string. It seeped through the vents, the cracks, the smallest openings. That's when I realized something terrible. The chant wasn't just sound. It was language, communication, and the glacier, the bay, was answering back. Hale was standing at the window when he said it. We thought we were studying the past, he murmured. But the past has been listening. Then he turned to me, eyes glassy, and whispered, "They're under the ice, and they remember us." He pressed his ear to the glass, smiling faintly as if hearing something beautiful. The hum deepened, shaking the walls. Outside, shadows moved in the mist. Tall, human shapes gliding across the glacier's surface, half seen through the fog. Their outlines flickered like reflections in rippling water. And then, faintly, through the walls, I heard them whisper again. "Marin." I turned to Hale, but he wasn't there. Only his parka, lying empty by the door, damp with meltwater. The chanting grew louder, and the lights began to flicker. I stepped back, heart pounding, as frost crept up the walls, forming symbols I'd seen before. Circles, faces, spirals. Each one whispered as it formed, the voices overlapping, soft as breath. I didn't wait to see what came next. I grabbed the emergency flare gun and ran out into the night, the ice singing beneath my boots, the world shifting underfoot like a heartbeat. And through it all, the wind, the glow, the whispering fog, that same single voice followed me, calling my name, over and over. Marin. I ran until the chanting blurred into wind. The fog pressed close, luminous in the dark, alive with shifting motion. It followed me like breath. Every step crunched against the ice, echoing through the emptiness. There was no direction anymore, just cold and panic, and that voice, close to my ear no matter which way I turned. "Marin." I didn't answer it. You never answer the thing that knows your name. The slope dropped away toward the bay, and I half slid, half fell, my flashlight bouncing beams off the fractured surface. Down there, the ice met the sea in a pale wall. Normally, that cliff shimmered blue and solid. Tonight it was open. A long split glowed faintly from within, like moonlight trapped beneath the surface. I should have gone the other way. But curiosity, the same thing that keeps rangers alive and kills explorers, pulled me toward it. The temperature near the crevasse was strange, neither cold nor warm. Just humming. The air itself vibrated. I could see faint shapes in the mist rising from the gap. Thin figures like silhouettes in fog, tall and fluid, faces blurred by the shimmer of meltwater. I told myself it was an illusion. I told myself a lot of things that night. From somewhere below, the chant began again. Not loud this time. The same pattern we'd recorded from the core, layered harmonics that climbed and fell, beautiful and wrong. It was music without air, sound made by pressure and memory. The glacier trembled underfoot. Something in me broke then. Whatever small part had kept the world divided into real and not real. I moved closer to the fissure until the light from within touched my boots. The ice was sweating, rivulets of water ran down its face, clear as glass and warm against my glove. I leaned in, and I saw the water move against gravity. Droplets rose along the wall, gathering toward the fracture, merging into small globes that shimmered and pulsed with each note of the chant. They floated there, trembling. Then one drifted toward me, bursting against my wrist. I gasped. The spot where it touched burned, then numbed. When I pulled my glove off, the skin was flushed white, veins faintly blue beneath the surface, glowing almost. Behind the fog, something exhaled. The voice that spoke wasn't sound. It was pressure in my head, the shape of words formed without language. We remember the warmth. My flashlight flickered. The ground shifted beneath me, splitting wider. The hum became a roar. I saw, for an instant, depth. Not ice, but a cavern beneath the glacier. Vast and filled with slow, moving water, glowing faintly from below. Shapes moved within it. Not human, not fish. Their outlines were long, sinuous, jointed wrong. Yet some part of them looked carved. Ribbed, symmetrical, designed. Like creatures built from intention rather than evolution. Then the light surged, and I fell backward, blinded. When I came to, I was lying several yards from the fissure. My flare gun had gone off somehow. Its red glow flickered across the fog like blood under ice. The chant was distant now, rolling across the glacier like surf. And standing above me, silhouetted in that glow, was Dr. Hale. Or something wearing his shape. His parka dripped meltwater. His skin gleamed pale in the red light, and his eyes, they were clouded white, like cores of milky glass. He didn't blink, didn't breathe, just looked down at me with an expression of quiet relief. "You hear them now," he said. His voice carried two tones. His own and another beneath it, deeper, resonating like something spoken through ice. "They remember you." I scrambled back. "What did you do, Hale?" I listened. He reached out a hand, palm glistening with frost. "They've been trapped beneath this bay since before memory, frozen when the world first turned cold. We drilled into their prison. You heard their hunger." His fingers brushed the air between us, and for a second the world shimmered. Ice fog, and sky folding into a single pale expanse. The hum filled everything. "They are not gods," he whispered, "not monsters. They are what came before. The first breath that taught the world to sing." Then he smiled. "And now the ice melts." Behind him, the fissure widened with a sound like thunder underwater. Steam poured upward, glowing blue, white, carrying whispers. Hale stepped backward into it without hesitation. The fog swallowed him whole. I stumbled to my feet, dizzy. The flare sputtered out, leaving me in the dim blue glow that pulsed from beneath the glacier. The chant grew frantic. Thousands of overlapping voices, rising and falling in a single, endless note. I ran. Every few seconds, the ground shuddered, cracking open in new seams. The glacier was collapsing inward. I could see the distant outline of our station, flickering with failing lights, the air thick with mist that carried faint figures moving within it. When I reached the ridge above the bay, I turned once to look back. The fissure had become a maw, a gaping wound in the ice. From within, light poured upward like dawn. For a moment, it was almost beautiful. Then the sea ice below fractured completely, and the light sank beneath the water, swallowed by blackness. The chant stopped. The silence afterward was total. I don't remember getting back to the main base. They said they found me near the dock at Bartlett Cove 2 days later, hypothermic and half delirious. No sign of Hale or the others. The lab had collapsed into a crevasse overnight. Official reports called it a glacial calving event. I didn't argue. They sent me south for evaluation. I stayed in a small facility near Anchorage for weeks, answering questions from both the Park Service and the USGS. My statements grew shorter each time until I learned to say what they wanted to hear. Equipment failure, stress, exhaustion. But even after they released me, the sound stayed. At first, it was faint. The hum in refrigerators, the hiss of running water. Then, at night, I'd wake to hear the same rhythm beneath my pillow. Always the same cadence. Always the same word at the end. Marin. It followed me to Juneau, to Seattle, to anywhere I tried to start over. The doctors called it auditory memory imprinting, the brain replaying trauma as sound. I tried to believe that. I really did. Until last month. Someone from the research division emailed me. They'd recovered a sealed sample from the Glacier Bay collapse, labeled GB-194. It had survived intact, embedded in debris near the shoreline. The scientist who thawed it, a man named Dr. Kelson, recorded what happened. He never sent the file, but he left one message in the system log before the connection went dead. Temperature rising. Internal resonance identical to Marin's data. Voices increasing amplitude. Light visible inside containment. One word repeated. Home. I deleted the message and packed a bag. I don't know why. Maybe because part of me still needs to understand. Maybe because it was calling again. I flew back north last week. Glacier Bay looks different now. Smaller, broken. Like something waking up after too long a sleep. The locals talk about strange tides, about fog that glows blue, even when there's no moon. I told myself I'd stay in Bartlett Cove, that I'd just look. But last night, from my cabin, I saw the mist rising again over the bay. Heard that low, pulsing hum rolling across the water. It wasn't far. I recorded it this time. You can hear it if you listen closely. The layers, the intervals, the rhythm that almost sounds human. Almost. At the very end of the recording, right before the static cuts in, there's a pause. And in that pause, a single voice, clearer than all the rest, whispers 2 words in perfect English. Still waiting. I don't know what they want, or what we released. But when I play the recording at night, I swear the air in my room turns cold, and the condensation on the window begins to form patterns. Circles, faces, symbols in frost. Sometimes they move. And sometimes, when the house is quiet enough, I hear the ice whisper from far away. Through pipes, through walls, through the earth itself, singing the same ancient melody that once rose from beneath the bay. It isn't a warning. It's an invitation. And I think this time I might answer. My name is Ethan Vexler, Senior Park Ranger assigned to the Northern District of National Park, Montana. I've been in service for over 12 years. In that time, I've come to know the trails like veins on the back of my hand. Some narrow and winding through the timberline, others vanishing into alpine fog and forgotten switchbacks that no map still lists. The wilderness teaches you to listen, not just with your ears, but with something deeper, some instinct that hums below the noise of birds and running streams. Out here, silence is rarely empty. It's waiting. That instinct is what keeps you alive. Or at least that's what I used to believe. My assignment these past few months has been night patrol along the Logan Ridge stretch, a long, isolated service route connecting 2 remote cabins and a decommissioned fire tower. I walk it 3 nights a week, checking perimeter fences, trail signage, and making sure no poachers or lost hikers have strayed past the access gates. The ridge is beautiful in daylight, a panoramic view of the glacial basin below. But at night, it feels wrong, like the air folds over itself. I first noticed it in early June. That night, I started my patrol from the west trailhead, just before dusk. The air smelled sharp, cold, the snowmelt rushing beneath the cliffs in a soft, endless drone. Around mile 2, as the sky dimmed to violet, I began to hear what I thought were echoes of my own steps, perfectly in rhythm. Crunch for crunch. But echoes in open forest don't behave like that. They fade, they scatter. These stayed close, always half a beat behind. I stopped. The sound stopped. I turned slowly, scanning the trail behind me. My flashlight's beam cut through thin mist and spruce trunks. Empty path. The same stillness that comes before rain. I waited a minute, maybe longer, until the sound of my own pulse filled my ears. Then, with a shaky laugh, I told myself it was just the ridge acoustics. Sound, bouncing off ice walls or boulders down the slope. I took another step forward. Another crunch followed. This time I didn't turn. I just kept walking faster. The sound matched me. I tested it, stopping suddenly mid-stride. Silence then. When I started again, so did it. A precise mimic. By the time I reached the halfway marker, I could feel sweat under my collar despite the cold. Every few yards, I'd flash my light behind me, expecting to catch a shape, maybe a mountain lion or stray hiker. But there was never anything. Not even tracks overlapping mine when I checked with my light low to the ground. The forest floor was soft and damp. Only one set of boot prints. Mine. Back at the station, I logged the patrol as normal but noted. Acoustic anomaly near Ridge Trail, approx. How mile 2.4. I even joked with Ranger Lopez about it the next morning. He shrugged and said the ridge was known for odd sound patterns, the way wind channels through ice caverns. You probably spooked yourself. He laughed, stirring his coffee. Maybe he was right. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't imagined it. 2 nights later, I took the same route, part of the standard rotation. Everything looked the same. The outline of distant peaks under a half moon, the faint glow of my headlamp flicking off bark. But I noticed a subtle shift in my own behavior. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, listening for that second rhythm. Nothing. The woods were calm, until they weren't. Around mile 3, past a section of trail that narrows between 2 leaning pines, I paused to jot down a note about erosion damage on the lower slope. When I looked up again, I froze. Someone was standing on the path about 20 feet behind me. At least, that's what it looked like. A dark figure, upright, still as a stump. My first instinct was to call out. A lost hiker, maybe. I lifted my flashlight, the beam catching thin fog. The figure dissolved instantly. Just mist and shadows. But before I could even exhale, I heard it again. A step, then another, crunching lightly in the snow crust. "Hello," I called, louder this time. No answer. The forest around me seemed to breathe, branches shifting, frost cracking faintly. Then, a voice, my voice. "Keep walking." It came from directly behind me. Every nerve in my body went rigid. The words were flat, emotionless, and absolutely identical to my own tone. I'd know it anywhere. The clipped way I said my Ks, the steady ranger cadence drilled into me from years of radio calls. I turned, flashlight sweeping wildly across the trees. Nothing. Just my own boot prints leading back into the dark. I stood there for a long time, too long, feeling that impossible echo still hanging in the air like smoke. I forced myself to keep walking, muttering under my breath just to hear something human. The patrol finished without further incident, but I didn't log it. Some part of me refused to see it written down. That would make it real. Over the next week, I avoided the ridge entirely. I traded routes with Lopez and took the lower basin circuit instead. It's longer, but it passes near the ranger cabins where there's generator light and company. The nights were calm. No strange sounds. No footsteps. I convinced myself it was exhaustion, stress, maybe even a trick of air pressure. The Park Service had documented something similar near the ice caves, where sound can refract in strange ways. I started sleeping better. I let it fade. Then the calls started. At first, I thought it was a radio glitch. Static bursts on the handheld during my shift. Faint voices breaking through the channel, clipped and low, like half-received transmissions. The first time, I only caught a few words. Ethan, keep walking. It hit like ice water. I froze, staring at the radio in my hand. The voice was mine again. My exact cadence, whispering through the static. I shut the unit off immediately and sat there in the truck for a solid minute, trying to calm my breathing. When I turned it back on, the channel was silent. I reported the malfunction to dispatch later. Citing frequency interference from mountain relay, they said they'd check the repeater tower next maintenance cycle. But something told me the problem wasn't in the wiring. That night, I dreamt of the ridge. Not the way it looks in daylight, but endless, looping on itself. My flashlight never reached the end, and each time I turned around, I saw myself just ahead, walking away. Same uniform, same gait. When I tried to call out, he didn't stop. He just whispered, "Keep walking." I woke up drenched in sweat, my throat sore as if I'd been speaking in my sleep. The following evening, Lopez mentioned something strange at breakfast. "You're a heavy walker." "Oh," he said with a grin. "Heard you pacing around the barracks last night." "What?" "Couldn't sleep." "I wasn't up," I told him. His smile faltered. Then who the hell was? After that, things started bleeding together. Days felt off, like a thin film of unreality over everything. I'd catch glimpses of myself in the ranger station window and swear my reflection was a half-second late. The other rangers noticed my fatigue. "Take a couple of rest days," the supervisor said. "Get off trail for a bit." I did. I drove down to Kalispell, spent 2 nights in town. Watched TV, slept with the blinds open. Normal life seeped back in like warmth after frostbite. I almost convinced myself that I just needed distance from the isolation. But when I returned to the park, it was waiting for me. My first night back, I was reassigned, by coincidence or cruelty, to the Logan Ridge Patrol again. Lopez had come down with food poisoning, and I was next in rotation. I tried to object, but protocol's protocol. The job had to be done. By sunset, I was already halfway up the ridge, the sky burning orange behind the peaks. Every instinct screamed to turn back. But I kept walking, scanning each bend, each flicker of shadow, telling myself it was just a trail, just dirt, wind, and trees. The first step behind me came exactly where I knew it would. Crunch. Then another. I stopped, silence. I started walking and followed. The sound never drifted, never grew closer or farther away. Always the same distance. Always one heartbeat behind. At one point, I turned my headlamp off completely, testing the dark. The moonlight filtered faintly through branches, painting everything silver. I could still hear it soft, steady, patient, like something keeping time with me. By mile 2, I couldn't take it anymore. I spun around, yelling, "Who's there?" My voice cracked the silence and bounced down the slope. No answer. Then, from the dark ahead of me, my voice again. "Keep walking." It didn't come from behind this time. It came from in front of me. And in that moment, I realized with a kind of cold clarity that whatever was on that trail wasn't following me. It was leading me somewhere. For a long time, I didn't move. The air was too still, too heavy, like the entire ridge was holding its breath. My flashlight trembled in my hand, beams skimming the undergrowth. I wanted to call out again to demand a reply, but some deeper part of me already knew what I'd hear. I turned back toward the trail, forcing myself forward, boots crunching on frost. "Keep walking," I whispered under my breath, half command, half plea. My voice, had come from ahead. I told myself that following it would bring answers. Maybe a hiker playing tricks. Maybe an echo bouncing oddly across the valley walls. The rationalizations were thin, but they kept me moving. As I walked, I began noticing subtle wrongness in the world around me. The snow underfoot wasn't quite right. My boot prints from earlier were gone, like the trail had reset. The trees leaned slightly inward. Their branches arched over the path in a natural tunnel. I'd hiked this stretch dozens of times. It had never looked like that. Then the radio crackled. "Unit 47 status check." The voice belonged to dispatch, Janine. Her tone was calm, clipped, normal. The sound of the living world. I pressed the receiver. "Copy. I'm on Ridge Trail, approximately mile 2.6. Experiencing minor radio interference." A hiss, then faintly through static. My own voice again, overlapping hers. "Copy. Keep walking." I dropped the radio. It hit the ground, the speaker still murmuring faint distortions. I should have turned around right then. I should have broken protocol, called for backup, anything. But instead, I kept moving. There's a strange thing that happens when fear lasts too long. It dulls. Like a muscle locking under strain. I wasn't panicking anymore. I just felt resigned, as if something inevitable was unfolding, and my role was simply to bear witness. The path curved around a rock outcrop, the air growing colder. My breath came in short, visible clouds. Then I saw it. Ahead, about 50 feet away, stood a figure. It was facing away from me, back slightly hunched, shoulders rigid. The uniform looked identical to mine. The same ranger jacket, the same reflective patch on the sleeve catching the light. Its headlamp glowed faintly. I froze. "Hey!" I shouted, voice breaking the stillness. No reaction. I tried again, stepping closer. "Ranger Vexler, Glacier National Park. Identify yourself." The figure lifted its head slightly, as if listening. Then, in a voice I felt more than heard, it spoke. "Keep walking." It didn't turn around. It just started forward, slow, deliberate steps. I followed. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to. Every time I stopped, a pulse of nausea rose through me, a pressure behind my eyes. When I moved again, it eased. My body had chosen for me. The trail narrowed further, bordered by frost, heavy spruce and black rocks slick with ice. My flashlight flickered. I could see my own breath mingling with the mist curling along the ground. Then, something shifted in my periphery. Movement in the trees. I swung the light that way. For a split second, I saw dozens of outlines. Figures standing just beyond the reach of the beam. All wearing ranger jackets. All facing away. They vanished when the light hit them directly. The one ahead of me kept walking. It led me past the old trail marker. The one I knew marked the end of the maintained path. Beyond it, the ground turned uneven, littered with roots and loose stone. Rangers weren't supposed to go farther. The terrain wasn't surveyed, prone to collapse. But my feet didn't care. We reached a small clearing, maybe half the size of a cabin yard. The moonlight pooled across it, silver on frost. The figure stopped at the center. I stopped too, standing just outside the ring of light. I could feel a low vibration in the ground, faint but steady, like distant machinery or a heartbeat. Then the figure turned. It was me. Not similar, not approximate, me. Down to the scar above my left eyebrow, the notch on my belt, the mud pattern on my boots. He raised his headlamp, blinding me for a second. When my eyes adjusted, he was standing only a few feet away. We stared at each other. Neither of us spoke. I could hear both our breaths sensing. Mine ragged, his calm. Then, in perfect unison, we both said, "Keep walking." I staggered back, shaking my head. "What the hell are you?" He didn't answer. He stepped forward, slowly, expression blank. I could see frost forming at the corners of his mouth, tiny crystals catching the moonlight. His eyes weren't human. They looked too reflective, like water under thin ice. "Stop," I yelled, raising my flashlight like a weapon. He froze mid-step, tilting his head. The motion was oddly mechanical, as if testing the limits of imitation. Then, with a sudden burst of clarity, I realized something. His breath didn't fog in the cold. That snapped whatever spell I was under. I bolted back toward the trail. Behind me, I heard footsteps, perfectly in sync with mine again. Not chasing, just following, matching every movement. I ran for what felt like hours, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. The trail twisted endlessly, doubling back on itself. I passed the same bent pine twice, then 3 times. The same broken fence post. Time had folded, or maybe the mountain had. At last, I burst into a stretch of open snowfield. The ranger station lights flickering faintly in the distance. Relief flooded me. I slowed to a walk, panting. But the footsteps didn't fade. They were still there, pacing me just behind, crunch for crunch. I didn't dare look back until I reached the station porch. When I finally turned, nothing. Just my own prints stretching back into the dark. Inside, the clock on the wall read 4:11 a.m. My shift should have ended at 2. I'd lost over 2 hours somewhere on that trail. I tried to log what happened, but the words came out hollow. Visual anomaly. Possible exhaustion. Recommend trail closure pending inspection. I didn't tell anyone about the duplicate. About hearing my voice in the dark. I just wanted to sleep. But when I finally lay down, I realized I wasn't alone. Some faint weight pressed the mattress beside me, so subtle it could have been imagination. Then came the whisper, right next to my ear. "Keep walking." I shot upright, light on, scanning the barracks. Empty. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. The door was still locked from the inside. For the rest of that night, I sat awake with the lamp on, watching the far wall until dawn. The next morning, Lopez knocked on my door. "Hey man, you good?" "You didn't check in after patrol." I forced a laugh. "Yeah, just overslept." He frowned. "Weird thing though. I ran your trail log, and your GPS pinged off, grid for 2 hours. Near the old fire tower, my blood ran cold. The tower had been decommissioned for years, half collapsed. It was nearly 3 miles beyond the end of the patrol route. That evening, I opened my field notebook. Every entry from the last month was still there, except one. The page from the night I first heard the footsteps was gone, torn clean out. Later that week, I asked Lopez if anyone else had reported strange sounds on the ridge. He hesitated, then said, "Yeah, a couple years ago. Before your assignment, there was this seasonal ranger. Kirkman, I think. He quit after a month. Said he kept hearing someone behind him on night patrol. Thought it was a prank at first. Then he swore he heard his own voice telling him to keep walking." I stared at him. "What happened to him?" Lopez shrugged. "Left in the middle of the night. Never picked up his final paycheck. People say he just walked out of the park and didn't stop." That night, I locked my door and left my boots by the bed. When I woke up around 3 a.m., they were gone. I found them the next morning on the porch, covered in frost, 2 sets of footprints leading away into the snow, and only one set coming back. I didn't sleep the next night, or the one after. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw myself standing in that clearing again, the cold version of me whispering, patient as ice, "Keep walking." On the 3rd night, I made a decision. I packed my gear, wrote my resignation letter, and left it on the supervisor's desk. I told myself I'd leave before sundown. But around dusk, as I loaded the truck, I heard a sound outside the cabin window. Soft, steady footsteps circling the vehicle. I froze. Then, my radio crackled to life on the dashboard. Static, then my own voice, "Ethan, keep walking." I don't remember making the decision to grab the radio. 1 second I was staring at it on the dashboard. The next I was clutching it so tight my knuckles ached. The static faded, replaced by the sound of my own breathing. Except it wasn't mine. The rhythm was off. Too slow, too measured, like someone rehearsing how to sound human. Then came my voice again, quieter now. "Keep walking." I dropped the radio. It hit the truck floor, speaker hissing. My pulse roared in my ears. The cabin window reflected my face faintly. But something about the shape was wrong. The head tilted slightly in the opposite direction of mine. I turned away before I could confirm it. I bolted outside into the cold night. The forest around the ranger station was silent, except for wind brushing through pines. My boots crunched on frost. The radio inside the truck still muttered, words dissolving into static. I didn't care about my gear anymore. I needed to leave. I started toward the main road, about a mile downhill. My flashlight beam cut through the dark, narrow and weak. Halfway down, I realized the sound had returned. Footsteps. Same pattern, same weight, same breath between steps. Always just behind me. I didn't run this time. Running hadn't helped before. I just kept moving, one step after another, eyes fixed on the faint curve of the trail. The sound behind me matched every move with surgical precision. I began to talk to it. Maybe out of fear, maybe madness. "What do you want?" Silence. Another minute passed. Then my voice, perfectly calm, replied from behind me. "You're already walking." I stopped dead. My heart felt like it might tear itself apart. "What does that mean?" No answer. Only the wind. I pushed forward, head pounding, until I saw the wooden outline of the lower gate ahead. I almost cried. That gate marked the edge of the patrol boundary. Beyond it lay the service road. Civilization. But as I stepped through, I froze. The world didn't change. The gate was still there, ahead of me again, just slightly farther away. I turned around. Same thing behind me. I was boxed in, walking inside a loop that shouldn't exist. "Keep walking," came the whisper, close to my ear this time. I spun, flashlight trembling. No one. Just my own prints twisting endlessly across the snow, circling back on themselves. I dropped to my knees, breath fogging the air. "Please. I'm done. I'm done walking." Something moved in the dark. A figure stepped into view, the same shape as before. My height, my uniform, my stance. But its face was pale, drained of color, eyes like frozen glass. It smiled faintly, and I understood what had been wrong all along. It wasn't following me. It had been learning me. Every motion, every sound, every word. I was the lesson. It was the echo perfecting itself. "You stop," it said now, voice identical to mine, but smoother, emptier. I keep walking. I stumbled backward. "You can't have me." It tilted its head. "Already do." And then it stepped past me. Not toward me, but through me. The world seemed to shatter. My body seized, every nerve screaming cold. For a heartbeat, I felt my mind split in two. One part frozen in my skin, the other moving away without me. My vision blurred. When I came to, I was lying on the ground beside the gate. Dawn light crept through the trees. The air was still. Birds were singing. I sat up slowly, trembling. Everything felt wrong but familiar, like waking from a dream you can't quite prove happened. I checked my watch. 6:04 a.m. The patrol should have ended hours ago. I didn't remember getting back. At the station, Lopez was waiting on the porch. His face went pale when he saw me. "Jesus, Ethan, where the hell were you? You missed 2 check-ins. We were about to send search and rescue." I tried to answer, but the words tangled in my throat. He frowned. "You okay?" "I think so," I said finally. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, flat, too even. Lopez eyed me for a second longer, then nodded slowly. "Get some rest. You look like you've been through hell." Inside, everything felt slightly off. My keys didn't fit the lock right the first time. The coffee mug I always used was on the wrong side of the counter. Small, trivial things, but enough to make my stomach knot. I slept for 12 hours straight. When I woke, the logbook on my desk was open. Someone had written a new line in my handwriting. "Keep walking." That was the day I left the park. I didn't file the resignation letter after all. I just drove south until the snow turned to rain. I thought distance would fix it. That the thing, whatever it was, belonged to Glacier, to that ridge, not to me. For a while it worked. I found a rental cabin outside Helena, picked up odd security work, stayed out of the woods. Nights were quiet. The air didn't feel like it was listening anymore. Until last week. I was on a night shift at a construction site. Routine patrol, chain link perimeter, portable lights humming. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, measured. I turned. Empty gravel lot. The floodlights flickered. Then, from the far end of the site, I saw movement. Someone standing just beyond the light's edge. A man in uniform. My uniform. The old one from the park. He raised a hand, palm outward, a familiar gesture. Then, softly, I heard my voice from across the dark. "Keep walking." I froze. Every instinct told me not to. I backed away instead, heart hammering. The figure didn't move closer. It just stood there, watching. When I reached my truck, my reflection in the side mirror wasn't following what I did. It stood still, eyes unblinking, mouth half open, as if about to speak. I slammed the mirror flat and drove home without looking back. Now, it's been 3 nights since that happened. The sound hasn't stopped. Wherever I go, hallway, parking lot, outside my cabin, I hear it, that second set of footsteps, steady as breath. Sometimes, late at night, I catch myself matching them perfectly. I don't know what it wants. Maybe it isn't about wanting. Maybe it's just continuation, a loop, a rhythm that needs both halves to exist. I've started keeping notes again. Writing helps anchor me, though I notice things missing in the mornings. Whole lines gone, replaced by 3 words written in neat, careful script. Keep walking. I haven't slept properly in days. My reflection lags sometimes, just for a blink, but long enough to notice. I've stopped turning on mirrors at night. This morning, I woke to the sound of the front door opening. When I checked, it was shut tight, but the snow outside my cabin had 2 sets of footprints leading into the trees. Both prints were identical. Same stride, same depth, same weight. I followed them for a few yards before I realized they weren't leading away. They were leading back, circling the cabin again and again until they vanished under the porch. I went inside, locked everything, and sat down to write this report. Not for the Park Service, not for anyone official, just to have proof that I was still real when I started it. It's almost sunrise now. The air feels heavy again, like that night on the ridge. My flashlight is flickering on the desk beside me, and from somewhere behind the walls, I can hear it, footsteps, deliberate and slow, pacing the floorboards in sync with my heartbeat. If someone finds this log, don't look for me. Don't go to the ridge. Don't answer if you hear your own voice in the woods. Just keep walking. My name is Ranger Caleb Morgan, and I have served with the National Park Service for 11 years, 6 of them stationed in Yosemite National Park. Most people think of Yosemite as the crown jewel of California's wilderness, a place of granite cathedrals, whispering pines, and mirror lakes reflecting the sun like liquid glass. To me, it has always felt like something more ancient, something that watches. The longer you stay here, the more you start to sense it. The way the air holds its breath just before sunset, or how the silence between the trees feels too deliberate, as if the forest itself is listening. When people go missing in Yosemite, it doesn't happen the way you'd expect. They don't wander off the trail drunk or get lost in fog. They vanish in plain sight. One moment there, the next, gone, without tracks, without reason. Over the years, I've filed too many reports, seen too many families camped outside our station, waiting for news that never comes. Every ranger develops their own theory. Some say it's the cliffs, the sudden drop-offs, the treacherous terrain. Others whisper about predators, human or otherwise. But none of those explanations hold when you see what I've seen. My first week on search and rescue duty, I learned the name Mariposa Basin. It's an unmarked area off the Tioga Pass Road, beyond the main trails, near an old fire break that hasn't been maintained since the 80s. On the maps, it's just a smear of contour lines and shaded elevation. Nothing more. Locals call it the Basin, though most tourists never hear the name. That's where most of the disappearances occur. Hikers, climbers, campers, all drawn by some rumor of hidden waterfalls or unmapped caves. 3 weeks before this story begins, a father and his teenage daughter went missing there. They'd been backpacking along a lesser known route toward Tenaya Canyon. The father, A man named Paul Riggs was an experienced hiker, a civil engineer from Sacramento. The daughter, 16, was named Natalie. They had a solid itinerary, detailed on the back of their camping permit, and both were last seen at the Sunrise Trailhead on a clear morning in late September, when they failed to check in at Tuolumne Meadows. 2 days later, a search was initiated. For the first 48 hours, it was routine. We had a grid search, air support sent, tracking dogs, all standard. Nothing. Then, the reports started coming in from other hikers. Hearing a girl's voice calling for help around dusk near the granite domes. Every time a team closed in, the sound moved farther away, always just out of range. That's when the command post asked for me. I'd been part of Yosemite's specialized patrol for 2 years. A small group of rangers who handled after dark incidents, often the kind people didn't put in official reports. We set out that night, myself, Ranger Alina Muir, and a volunteer from Search and Rescue named Dave Larkin. Dave was one of those quiet types who didn't talk much, but had the steady calm of someone who'd seen bad things and learned not to flinch. The three of us packed light radios, GPS, flares, and headlamps. I also carried a small thermal imager, though in the deep woods it was often useless. By the time we reached the basin, night had fallen completely. The moon hung low and pale, brushing silver along the granite ridges. The air smelled like wet pine and ozone from an earlier storm. For a while, all was still. Then, at exactly 21:46, Elena stopped walking. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. It was faint at first, a single word stretched thin across the distance. "Help." We froze, scanning the dark with our lamps. The sound came again, this time clearer, the voice unmistakably young and trembling. It echoed through the canyon like a trick of the wind, bouncing off rock faces, impossible to pinpoint. Dave called out, "Natalie, is that you?"
"We're rangers! Stay where you are!" No answer.
Then, seconds later, the same voice again, but now it came from behind us. I swung my light toward the tree line. The beam caught only trunks and shadows. My radio crackled softly, a burst of static. "Command, this is Morgan. We've got possible auditory contact, female voice, northwest quadrant, moving fast." Command responded with the usual caution. "Confirm visual before proceeding." We moved in the direction of the voice, our boots crunching on the frost-hard ground. I remember thinking how cold it felt for early October. My breath was visible, curling pale in the light. As we climbed higher along a slope, the forest began to change. The trees grew denser, darker. Their branches knitted overhead like ribs of some buried beast. The trail beneath our feet narrowed until it was more suggestion than path. Elena suddenly pointed. "There, look." At first, I thought it was another illusion. But there, between two cedar trunks, a faint figure flickered in our lights. A girl, blonde, slight build, wearing a red windbreaker. She was standing completely still, facing away from us. "Natalie," I called softly. The girl didn't turn. I took a step closer, raising my hand. "It's okay. You're safe now. We've been looking for you." Another step, and the beam of my light caught something strange. The edges of her figure seemed to shimmer, like heat haze over asphalt. For a moment, I thought my vision was playing tricks. Then I blinked, and she was gone. The space where she'd stood was empty. Dave swore under his breath. "Did you see that?" She just, "Yeah," I said. We searched the area for half an hour, found no tracks. No fabric caught on branches, nothing. Even the dogs later brought in couldn't catch a scent. It was as if the forest had erased her. We called off the night search around Yo 200 and hiked back in silence. But none of us slept after that. The image of that red jacket stayed with me, burned into the dark behind my eyelids. The next morning, the command post reviewed our footage. My body camera had recorded everything, except the girl. The feed showed me and the others reacting to something unseen, our flashlights sweeping through emptiness, my voice calling her name. But there was no figure, no shimmer, nothing. By day 3, the search was officially scaled down. Paul Riggs and his daughter were presumed dead, victims of a fall or exposure. But I couldn't let it go. Something about that voice, that fleeting glimpse, it didn't feel like an echo of the lost. It felt like bait. That night, I went back, alone. I didn't tell command. They would have stopped me. I left at sunset, following the same route into the basin. The light faded fast, painting the cliffs in bruised violet. Every instinct told me to turn back. I didn't. At around 20:30, I reached a section of the forest I didn't recognize. The GPS glitched, showing my location as blank coordinates. No terrain data, no map overlay, just white screen. I marked a cairn of stones anyway, habit more than hope. Then I heard it again. Help. This time, it was close. I spun around, flashlight sweeping the trees. The beam caught movement. A pale shape slipping between the trunks, quick and silent. I ran after it, heart hammering. The forest seemed to rearrange itself with every turn, trees twisting in unfamiliar patterns, the ground sloping where it shouldn't. When I found I stopped, panting, I found myself in a clearing. The air was unnaturally still, heavy like before a storm. And there, at the center, stood a tent. It was old, canvas faded, seams frayed, one pole bent. No sign of recent use. I approached slowly, half expecting it to vanish like the girl. But it didn't. It was solid real. My light caught a rusted zipper, a patch sewn on the side with the letters USS, United States Forest Service. Kneeling, I opened the flap. Inside were 2 sleeping bags, a lantern, and a small field journal. Dust lay thick over everything, but the journal looked untouched, its leather still pliable. I flipped it open. The first entry was dated 1979, October 3rd. Heard the voices again near Mariposa Basin. Same pattern, female, mid-range pitch. Repeating words. Team refused to stay past dusk. I think it's trying to lure us deeper. There were dozens of entries, all from someone named R. Sandoval. I recognized the name. An old ranger who disappeared on patrol 40 years ago. His body was never found. I felt the air shift. The temperature dropped suddenly, biting against my face. And then, from somewhere just beyond the clearing, I heard it again. Help me. This time, the voice was wrong. It came from multiple directions at once, layered, echoing, too perfect. Like a recording played through unseen speakers. I stood frozen, flashlight trembling in my hand. The forest exhaled. Every tree around me seemed to lean inward, their branches creaking softly. The shadows between them deepened, coalescing into something like movement. And then I saw her again. The same girl in the red windbreaker, standing at the edge of the light. She raised one hand, beckoning. That was when my radio crackled to life with a burst of static, followed by a voice, my own voice, saying, "Caleb, don't follow her." The sound of my own voice coming through the radio made my skin crawl. It wasn't a playback, it was live, full of breath and static and urgency. "Caleb, don't follow her." I froze mid-step, one boot half, buried in pine needles. The girl, if that's what she was, stood at the far edge of the beam, still and waiting, hand outstretched. Behind her, the forest swallowed itself into pure dark. "Who is this?" I whispered into the mic, my throat dry. Only static. Then, faintly, a low rasp, like someone breathing too close to the receiver. The girl tilted her head. I remember that small motion, because it felt human but not natural, too slow, too deliberate. Then she turned and started walking away. Deeper into the trees, the red of her jacket pulsing between the trunks. I took one step after her before realizing what I was doing. My fingers tightened around the radio. The echo of my own warning still hung in my ears. "Not this time," I muttered. Instead, I crouched by the tent again and scanned the ground. Beneath the layer of old leaves, I found prints. Small, narrow, barefoot. The dirt was soft, so fresh impressions shouldn't have held their shape. But these hadn't faded at all. The thermal imager blinked to life in my other hand. The clearing was empty. No heat signatures except my own. Whatever that thing was, it didn't register as alive. The next entry in Sandoval's journal came back to me. "If you hear it behind you, stay where you are. If you hear it ahead, leave something behind." I didn't understand it then. I do now. I took out my ranger badge, the brass one with my name engraved, and set it beside the tent. A trade of sorts. Then I turned and started back the way I'd come, keeping my flashlight low and steady. The path shifted again as I moved. I could feel it, like the earth beneath my boots was flexing, trying to decide which way was forward. I marked trees with chalk as I passed, though each mark seemed to vanish when I looked back. The forest was utterly silent. No crickets, no wind, not even the far-off rush of the Merced River. Just the sound of my own heartbeat, loud and uneven. I must have walked for an hour before the terrain changed. The trees thinned, opening onto a slope of granite slabs slick with frost. At the base of the slope lay a stream, narrow, shallow, running silver under the moon. Relief hit me. Running water meant orientation. It meant I could follow it west toward the main valley. But when I knelt to fill my canteen, the water stopped moving. I blinked, confused. It wasn't frozen. It was simply still, like glass. The reflection staring back at me was perfect, every branch and shadow mirrored. Then my reflection blinked. I stumbled backwards so fast I slipped on the rock. The reflection didn't copy the fall. It just stood there in the stream, upright, watching me. Slowly, it raised its hand, the same way the girl had, and touched the surface. The water rippled outward in concentric rings. When it cleared, the reflection was gone. I didn't wait to see more. I ran. Branches whipped my face, roots caught at my boots, but I didn't care. I moved until my lungs burned, until the darkness blurred into a smear of motion. When I finally stopped, bent over and gasping, I realized I was standing in another clearing, larger this time, with a ring of stones at its center. At first glance, I thought it was an old campsite. Then I noticed the pattern. Deliberate, geometric, like a compass etched into the earth. In the middle, a single object lay half, buried in the dirt, a photograph sealed inside plastic. I brushed away the soil. The photo showed a man in uniform, standing beside an old Ranger truck. His face was half turned, but I recognized the patch on his sleeve, Sandoval. The caption, scribbled on the back in pencil, read, "If I'm gone, it found a new voice." The radio crackled again. My own voice came through, louder this time. Distorted, "Caleb, this way." I dropped the radio. The sound didn't stop. It echoed from every direction. my voice calling, pleading, overlapping itself until it became a chorus of wrongness. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the forest carried the sound inside my head. Images flickered behind my eyes. The girl in the red jacket standing knee, deep in still water, faces beneath the surface watching her. When the noise finally faded, I was on my knees, trembling. My radio lay a few feet away, screen cracked. I didn't pick it up. I don't remember walking back to camp. I must have moved on autopilot, guided by some half-memory of direction. Dawn was breaking when I saw the first sign of the main trail. A wooden marker, half rotted but legible. Relief hit so hard it felt like pain. By the time I reached the ranger station, the others were already awake. Elena met me at the door, eyes wide. Jesus, Caleb, where were you? You were off-grid for 9 hours. 9. I checked my watch. It reads 02I-14. That can't be right. It's 10 a.m., she said quietly. They found me a cot and insisted I rest. I tried, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard the voice again, not calling for help anymore, but whispering my name. That evening, while the others went over maps, I pulled up the old personnel records. There was indeed a Ranger Richard Sandoval, missing since October 1979. His last log patrol was in Mariposa Basin. The report listed unexplained disappearance during search operations. No remains recovered. His photo, the same face from the buried photograph, stared back at me from the database. 2 days passed with no progress. The rig's search was formally suspended. I told myself I should let it go, that some things in these mountains were meant to stay unsolved. But on the third night, just after midnight, the radio in the corner of the room switched on by itself. A faint static hiss filled the air. Then, Caleb, please, she's still out here. It wasn't my voice this time. It was a man's, older, wary. Sandoval. I sat there frozen, listening. The transmission repeated twice, then cut out. Elena came in moments later, half asleep. Did you hear that? I nodded. We tried to trace the frequency. It didn't match any local bands, not even emergency channels. It was broadcasting from an unregistered coordinate somewhere deep inside the basin. By morning, Command had dismissed it as interference from old equipment. But I knew better. I could feel it, the unfinished pull, like static humming under the skin. That night, I went back again. This time, Elena insisted on coming. You're not wandering in there alone again, she said, strapping on her pack. We left just before dusk, following the same route. I carried Sandoval's journal, now sealed in a plastic case, in hopes of comparing landmarks. The entries described a cave, north of the basin where the echoes sound wrong. That became our destination. The forest seemed quieter than before, emptied out. Even the wind held back. Around 2200, we reached a ridge overlooking the basin. From up there, the terrain looked warped. The trees below arranged in uneven spirals, as if growing around something buried. Do you see that? Elena asked. I nodded. Yeah, like a sinkhole. We descended carefully. The closer we got, the colder it became. At the base of the slope, we found an opening in the rock face, low, jagged, partly hidden by ferns. The entrance breathed faint mist, condensing on our lights. Inside, the walls glistened with moisture. The air was dense, muffled. We followed the tunnel about 20 yards until it widened into a chamber. That's where we saw them. Dozens of personal items arranged neatly against the far wall: boots, backpacks, cameras, ID tags, and permits, some modern, some decades old. I recognized the rig's permit immediately, the paper still crisp despite the damp. Elena whispered, "Oh my God." Before I could answer, the radio on her shoulder burst alive with a single word run. The light from my flashlight wavered. Something moved at the edge of vision. A ripple across the rock like a shadow detaching itself. The sound that followed wasn't footsteps but a slow dragging, as though something vast shifted its weight. I grabbed Elena's arm. "Back. Now." We turned toward the tunnel, but the entrance was gone. Solid rock. Panic flared. The air smelled of iron and rain. Behind us, the dragging grew louder, closer, followed by a wet, rhythmic sound, breathing. Then, from the darkness, the voice again. This time it used my name. "Caleb, help me." It came from above. We looked up. The ceiling was alive with movement. Shapes pressed against the stone from the inside, like bodies trapped behind thin ice. Their mouths opened and closed soundlessly. Elena screamed. The echo multiplied her voice into hundreds. The chamber vibrated with it. I fired a flare toward the wall. The red light flooded the cave, revealing what the shadows had hidden. The bodies weren't solid. They were impressions, outlines burned into the stone itself, as if the rock had memorized them. Each face was distinct, and one of them was mine. The flare sputtered. Elena grabbed my sleeve. "We need to find another way out." We pressed deeper into the chamber, following what looked like a narrow fissure at the back. The air pulsed with low-frequency hums that made my teeth ache. The deeper we went, the louder it got, until it was no longer sound but vibration. Then, abruptly, it stopped. We stepped into another space, smaller, circular. In the center stood a pool of perfectly still water, black and reflective as obsidian. Floating on the surface was my ranger badge, the one I'd left beside Sandoval's tent. Elena whispered, "How?" The water moved. Ripples formed outward from the badge, and the reflection staring up wasn't mine anymore. It was the girl's. She smiled this time, lips pale and wrong, and mouthed something I couldn't hear. Elena pulled me back, but the ground beneath us shifted like a heartbeat. The pool swelled, overflowing onto the rock, and with it came the sound. Voices layered and rising, dozens of them repeating one phrase over and over, "Help us." The walls began to pulse with the same rhythm, the faces shifting, mouths opening wider. I grabbed Elena's arm and ran. The fissure behind us narrowed as we pushed through, stones scraping our packs. I didn't look back. When we burst into open air again, it was still night, but the forest had changed. The stars were wrong, too close, too many. The air smelled burnt. My watch read 03s and 12. Alana fell to her knees, gasping. "We made it out," she said. I wasn't sure. The silence felt staged again, too deep. From somewhere in the distance, a voice called softly. My own, calm, coaxing Caleb, "This way." Alina looked at me. "That's you." "No," I said quietly. "It isn't. You." Elena and I stood there listening to the forest imitate me. The echo came again, patient, measured. "Caleb, this way." Each repetition matched my cadence too perfectly. The pause before, "This." The slight drop on the final word. Elena whispered, "What if it's another exit?" I shook my head. "That's not an exit. That's bait." The sound drifted left, closer. Something about the air changed with it. A faint vibration, like power lines humming after rain. I motioned for her to kill her light. The darkness closed around us, thick enough to taste. For a few heartbeats, nothing. Then the undergrowth rustled. A silhouette stepped between the trees. My height, my posture, even the tilt of my cap. When it spoke, the voice was identical. We can't stay here forever, partner. That was a phrase I'd said to her a dozen times on patrol. Hearing it thrown back at me broke something in my chest. Elena whispered, "Tell me that's not real." I didn't answer. I raised the flashlight slowly and flicked it on. The beam hit the thing square in the face. For a split second, it really was me. Then the image rippled, features sliding across bone like wet paint. The eyes turned black, pupils swallowing everything. It smiled. My mouth did not. We ran. Branches whipped at our faces. I heard the echo following, each footfall matching mine exactly. This way, this way, this way. The voice grew frantic, glitching into itself. We broke through the tree line into a clearing I didn't recognize. Moonlight poured over granite and dead grass. Ahead stood a rusted watchtower, one of the old fire lookouts decommissioned years ago. Its ladder was half missing, but it was something vertical, something human-made, and that was enough. I pushed Elena toward it. "Climb." She hesitated only a second before hauling herself up the first rungs. I followed. The metal groaned under our weight. Halfway up, I looked back. The edge of the clearing boiled with shadow. Nothing distinct, just movement. We reached the platform and collapsed side by side. The wind had picked up, sharp and cold. From up there, Yosemite looked endless, ridges layered like frozen waves under the moon. No sign of roads, no hint of the valley lights. Elena leaned against the railing. "We're off the map." I nodded. My GPS still showed blank white. I tried the radio. Static, then faint words leaking through, half buried in distortion. 10 missing units copy, if ably. It sounded like command, or what was left of it. I keyed the mic. "This is Ranger Morgan. ID 4416. I'm with Ranger Muir. We are alive, repeat alive." Silence. Then a single reply, so soft it felt imagined. "We know." The signal died. Elena's flashlight began to dim, battery low. She turned it off to save power, leaving only moonlight. That's when we saw movement below. Dozens of figures emerging from the tree line, pale as fog. They didn't walk so much as glide, their shapes flickering in and out of focus. Some were barefoot. Some carried old lanterns that burned without smoke. I recognized faces. Tourists I'd seen on missing person flyers over the years. The father, Paul Riggs. The volunteer, Dave Larkin. Even Sandoval, still wearing the 1970s uniform. All of them looking up. Elena whispered a prayer under her breath. One by one, they raised their hands, not to beckon, but to point. Straight past us, toward the horizon. I followed their direction. Far away, where the ridges met the sky, a light flickered. A cold blue pulse like lightning trapped in fog. Elena said, "That's west, toward the valley." Or something pretending to be. We watched until the figures below began to dissolve into mist again, leaving only their lanterns glowing on the ground. The forest stilled. At dawn, we climbed down. Neither of us spoke. The light made everything feel briefly. Normal birds returning, frost melting, air smelling of pine instead of iron. For a few fragile minutes, I believed we'd slipped out of it. Then we reached the base of the tower. Carved into the first step was a message. Letters gouged deep and recent, done a brine tam K. Elena backed away. "Caleb, what does that mean?" "I don't know," I said. "But I think it's talking about us." We followed the sun for hours, using it as our compass. Around noon we reached a ridge that looked familiar. The same granite spine overlooking Tenaya Canyon. Relief hit so hard my knees gave out. There was even a trail marker ahead, weathered but real. Then Elena stopped. "Look, below the marker lay another set of footprints. Small, barefoot, fresh, leading downhill toward the valley. My stomach turned. We're not following those, she agreed instantly. We veered the opposite way, staying to open ground. Yet somehow, after another mile, the same footprints appeared again ahead of us. That's when I realized the light had changed. The sun hung in the same position it had an hour ago, refusing to move. Shadows stayed fixed. The air tasted electric. "We're circling," Elena whispered. "No," I said quietly. "It's circling us." We decided to make camp before exhaustion made mistakes for us. We found a dry ledge with some shelter from the wind and built a small fire. The smoke rose straight up, thin and unwavering. As night fell, we took turns resting. I must have drifted off at some point because I woke to silence too perfect to be natural. The fire was out. Elena was gone. Her pack still lay beside mine, untouched. Her footprints ended 5 feet from where she'd been sitting. No drag marks, no sign of struggle. Just gone. I called her name until my voice broke. The echo that came back wasn't hers. It was mine again, soft, mocking. "Caleb, calm down. She's safe." The words circled the ledge, bouncing from rock to rock. I should have known better than to answer, but something in me snapped. "Where is she?" I shouted. The echo paused, then said, "Inside." I turned toward the nearest sound. The pool of shadow between 2 boulders shimmered faintly, reflecting a light that wasn't there. I stepped closer. Beneath the surface of that darkness, I could see movement. Elena's face, eyes open, mouth forming my name. I reached out before I could stop myself. The cold that met my fingertips was deeper than water, deeper than anything. The world folded inward. When I came to, the sun was rising. I was lying at the edge of Mirror Lake, miles from where we'd camped. My clothes were soaked, boots caked in black silt. The forest was calm, normal, almost indifferent. Park dispatch found me an hour later, after I triggered my emergency beacon. I told them Elena had vanished. The search lasted 8 days. They found her pack, her flashlight, and a single footprint, bare, smaller than hers, pressed into the mud beside the lake. Command filed it as a disappearance under hazardous terrain. I filed my own report, then rewrote it 3 times, cutting anything that would brand me unstable. They reassigned me to administrative duty in Fresno for evaluation. 2 weeks later, I received a parcel with no return address. Inside was my ranger badge, polished clean, and a page torn from Sandoval's journal. The writing was fresh ink. It doesn't want the lost. It wants the ones who look for them. That night, I dreamed of the basin. The trees swayed without wind, and beneath their roots I could hear voices layered in rhythm. Hundreds of them whispering through soil and stone. They all spoke the same line, "Come back, Caleb. Bring the rest." I woke to my radio crackling on the nightstand. It was off the hook, no power. Still, through static, I heard breathing. Then my own voice said, "One more patrol." I threw the radio into the trash and spent the rest of the night sitting in the parking lot outside my apartment, watching the sky refuse to lighten. 2 months passed. Yosemite reopened sections of the park after the winter closures. Search and rescue rotations resumed. Every report of a missing hiker still listed last known location near Mariposa Basin. I transferred back anyway. The morning I returned, I found something waiting in my locker. Elena's name tag, wrapped around a strip of red fabric, the same shade as the girl's jacket. No note. Some nights, when I'm on patrol near the North Ridge, my radio picks up faint interference. 3 knocks, a pause, then a whisper that almost forms my name. I've learned not to answer. The new recruits ask about the basin sometimes, why it's closed on their maps. I tell them the terrain is unstable. I never mention the voices, or the faces in the stone, or the way the reflections still blink a half-second late. There's an unspoken understanding among rangers who've worked Yosemite long enough. We don't talk about the missing. We remember them by silence. But every autumn, when the air turns sharp and the first frost crawls over the granite, someone always goes back. Not for duty, not for glory, just to listen. And somewhere in that still forest, something listens back. The last time I hiked near the basin, I reached a ridge at dusk and looked down toward the valley. The pools of water below caught the dying light, hundreds of tiny mirrors glittering like eyes. For a heartbeat, I saw 2 figures standing among them. One tall, one smaller, both waving. I blinked. They were gone. I told myself it was a trick of distance, that light bends strangely out here. But when I turned to leave, I noticed footprints beside mine on the granite, bare, narrow, perfectly parallel. I followed them only a few steps before stopping. Because ahead, just beyond the edge of shadow, a voice said quietly, "Keep walking." It wasn't my voice this time, it was Elena's. Calm, certain, and so I did.